Good afternoon and welcome to EVSC's historic Bossy Field as we get set for game 2 and 3 of a 3-game series between the Sussex County Miners and the Evansville Otters. Oh, we got a doubleheader today. Both games are going to be 7 innings, and we're starting a little bit early here at 3:05 Central Standard Time. It is going to be a lot of baseball today, and hopefully some good ones on the side of the Otters as we welcome you inside the broadcast booth. Hi, everybody. My name is Evan Patoka. Got the same guys behind me as we did yesterday. We unfortunately had a lot of rain, had a tarp on, off, on, off, on, off. It was a whole thing. But we're back here, and it's a beautiful Sunday afternoon. The day before the All-Star break starts, as the All-Star break is going to have the Home Run Derby and the All-Star game. We have 6 All-Stars: John Ponder, Logan Brown, Amani Jones, TJ Salvaggio, Junior Serta, all heading to Florence for the All-Star festivities. But first, the Otters are going to try and win a series here, and if they sweep the doubleheader here against Sussex County, they will win another series. It will be their 5th series win in a row, and the 4th straight in which they will have lost the first game, then come back to win the next 2. That is, if they can sweep the series here, the doubleheader against Sussex County. They were able to do so last Sunday against Joliet, but here at home, might be a little bit of an easier opportunity for him. And the starting pitcher, Ryan Wiltsey, for the Otters, is particularly good in doubleheader games. It's a little bit of a weird trend that Wiltsey has, but in his 3 games in which he's gone over 4 innings on the starting side in a doubleheader, he has not given up a single earned run this season. So he's looking to continue that. He's up against Kellen Brothers in game 1 of the doubleheader today. Both of those guys are warming in either bullpens here at Bossy Field. As we get set, the sun's out. It's a beautiful day, so hopefully everyone enjoys the couple games that we got going on today. We've had a lot of doubleheaders this season just because the rain is continuing to just dog on us. But still nice having 2 games, even if they are 7-inning contests. It's overall a good environment on Sunday. We have a couple of big additions into the lineup in terms of injuries, and not necessarily being 100% that we have guys back in the lineup. And the big one, John Ponder, is back. He is DHing today. He's DHing for the first time this season, but he is back in the lineup after missing a few games. Same with Marcos Gonzalez. He is back in the lineup today. It's the same lineups as we saw in what was supposed to be the game yesterday, today. So those guys should be a big addition. Both of them all-stars who were out of the lineup for a little bit. We saw Marcos Gonzalez back in Gateway, sort of tweak something in his leg when he was getting out of the way of a pitch. John Ponder's had a little bit of a lingering thing going on, which has caused him to miss a few games. Sam Linscott, of course, has been doing a great job in his place, doing the leadoff hitting as well as being in center field, and he's going to be in center field today. But Ponder is back in the leadoff spot with Linscott behind him. Should be a good job. Hopefully, everyone's back to 100% as we get into the All-Star break. Maybe everybody can get some rest and try to recover, get ready to go. The Otters are 2.5 games back of Washington after Washington ended up losing a doubleheader against Lake Erie yesterday. They not only lost both of those games, but they got shut out in both of those games as Lake Erie's pitching through 14 straight scoreless frames in order to win the doubleheader against Washington, as they're still 13 games back, though, of the division. They're in last place. Florence did end up dropping their games as well. So Otters, even though they didn't play yesterday, still were able to get some good ground in the division race. On the other side, Sussex County, 1 game over after winning on Friday 17-6, and they were able to make up some ground in the East Division. They're still relatively far back of New York in the standings. New York now at 33-24, but Sussex County is trying to win a series here as they did against another Central Division team in Lake Erie earlier in the week. They're trying to do the same thing here against the Otters, as they've been playing well against the Central Division so far this season, now at 3-1 after that 17-6 win on Friday. So it's been it's pretty good day for some baseball. As we take a look at the umpires, Wes Dunkel is the crew chief behind the plate. We saw Jose Muriente sort of get hit with a foul ball, and he had to get taken out of the game. The game ended early because of a rain delay in the bottom of the ninth when it was still 17-6. But Wes Dunkel is behind the plate now, calling the balls and strikes, and is going to be the interim crew chief for the rest of the series. Dylan Self is at first base, and Ty Unthank is at third as the replacement for Moriente. Well, let's take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard, as we do have a lot of games going on right now. Otters, the second game of the doubleheader, is going to be the standalone game in the Frontier League, which is always a fun time. But for right now, 11-10 Tri-City's leading Ottawa 11-10 in the bottom of the eighth inning. 3-0 Schaumburg is beating Gateway in the eighth, shutting them out. Has only given up 2 hits. Florence is beating Joliet 4-1 in the sixth inning, and Mississippi's beating Windy City 4-2 in the eighth. Brockton, New Jersey just started. Lake Erie, Washington just started. Later on in the day, we have New York and Down East, and then the latest game besides our game, starting at 4:05, is Trois-Rivières hosting at Quebec. Winner of that game takes the series. We'll take a look. The Otters are rocking the Beersies today. They are 2-2 so far in the Beersy jerseys this season. We have not seen them wear the Beersies on a Sunday yet. It's a little bit of an interesting decision, but Sussex County on the other side is wearing their yellow jerseys that they were going to wear yesterday before the game ended up getting rained out. The rain, we were originally supposed to have a start time of 9 o'clock if the field conditions were good enough to play, but it was a decision that was made by both managers and the umpires to call the game at around 8:30, 8:45. So we got 2 sevens today. So we'll hand you off to our public address announcer, Matthew Will, as we'll hit the national anthem here before first pitch on the Otters Digital Network. Ready to go here for game 2 of 3 and game 1 of 2 in the doubleheader today. Let's take a look at the starting lineups. First for the visiting Sussex County Miners, it is Hunter Diamato leading off, doing the designated hitting, with Hayden Walters behind him batting second, Gabriel Maciel in left field batting third, Keenan Taylor, the former Otter, batting cleanup, Evan Berkey at short batting fifth, with Edwin Mateo, the center fielder, batting sixth, Dean Farrar at first, Jose Madrano doing the catching, batting eighth, and Will Zimmerman at third, batting ninth. On the other side, it's John Ponder. He's back. Sam Linscott behind him. Dennis Pearson, Logan Brown batting third and fourth. LG Castillo in left field batting fifth, with Blake Robertson in right field batting sixth. Marcos Gonzalez, JJ Cruz, and TJ Salvaggio, the 7-8-9 guys in the lineup. Take a look here at the defense for the Otters. It is Castillo, Linscott, and Robertson left to right field, with Gonzalez, Salvaggio, Cruz, and Pierce third to first. Logan Brown is doing the catching for Ryan Wiltsey, who's getting the start today in the first game of the doubleheader. Ryan Wiltsey is at a 5.14 ERA in 49 innings. Last game was game 1 of the doubleheader last Sunday against Joliet. He threw 5 scoreless with 4 strikeouts in the 2-1 victory against the Slammers. Mentioned this in the pregame, but he is very good in doubleheader games. May 13th against Washington, 4 scoreless. May 21st against Gateway, 6 scoreless. And July 5th against Joliet, 5 scoreless. The 3 games, all doubleheaders that were scoreless for Wiltsey. First pitch to Hunter Diamato is hit into center field at 3:07. Under it is Linscott, and he'll make the catch. And a quick 1 pitch, 1 out for Wiltsey to start off the top of the first. The second baseman, number 12, Hayden Walters. Nice and easy to start off. Hayden Walters will stand in for his first at-bat of the day. Walters went 1 for 5, drove in 2 runs, struck out twice on Friday. The only true lefty in the lineup for Sussex County, is that one will miss outside for ball 1. 3 switch hitters, though, Diamato, Maciel, and Mateo. Swing and a miss, and it's 1-1. Both Walters and Diamato from Coral Springs, Florida. Very interesting that their top 2 guys are from the same place. Another swing and a miss. Outside corner on the fastball, and it's 1-2. No score here, top of the first inning. 1-2 pitch is swung on and missed for strike 3. Walters goes down swinging, first K of the day for Wiltsey, and that's out number 2 here in the top of the first. Gabriel Maciel is now up for his first at-bat of the day. He was very good on Friday against the Otters. He drove in 4 runs, hit a homer. Was his second homer of the season. He's coming off of 3 straight multi-hit games going back to the series against the Crushers. He gets hit in the back, though, with the first pitch he sees. So that's the second time in 2 games this series that Maciel has been hit. Andrew Garcia hit him with a 94 fastball. That one was almost in the same spot, so a bit of a painful series for Maciel, but he is on first now with 2 outs for Keenan Taylor. Maciel over at first base. He's still making sure that he's okay over there. Walking it off a little bit. It looked like Wiltsey was ready to go, but didn't see that Maciel was going down the first base line. Wiltsey, 24-year-old from Fresno. He's been here all season, 49 innings after 72 innings last season with the Otters. Did not play against Sussex County, as the Otters didn't play against Sussex County last year. A runner on first here with 2 outs in the top of the first inning. First pitch is going to miss inside to Keenan Taylor. Former teammates with Wiltsey. Hitting at a 311 so far this season with Sussex. That one's in the dirt. Good block from Logan Brown, and it's 2-0. Taylor's been prone to the strikeout so far this season. He's got 15 walks compared to 38 strikeouts. Now a 4 for 18 against the Otters this season, stemming back to his time with the Yalls. That one's a liner into left field, and it's right at Castillo for out number 3. So the hit by pitch of Maciel is the only base runner that reaches in the first inning, but a scoreless frame for Wiltsey as we'll head to the bottom of the first. No score on the Otters Digital Network. First innings brought to you by the Mesker Park Zoo and Botanical Gardens. Visit the Mesker Park Zoo at 1545 Mesker Park Drive in Evansville, Indiana. Kellen Brothers is the starter for Sussex County today. He has a 6 ERA in 48 innings, but his last start was against the Ottawa Titans. He went 7 innings, gave up 2 earned, struck out 12. So he's coming off definitely one of his better, if not his best, start of the season against Ottawa back on June 5th. They'll face off here against John Ponder, Sam Linscott, and Dennis Pierce, as John Ponder is the DH for the first time. Take a look at the defense here. It's Maciel, Mateo, Taylor left to right with Zimmerman, Berkey, Walters, and Ferrara third to first. Doing the catching is Jose Madrano for Kellen Brothers. John Ponder has played in 1 game in July. He's missed a lot of time. That game was in game 1 of the doubleheader last Sunday against Joliet, as the first pitch is called a strike. He went 1 for 2 with a double. Before that, his last game before that was June 30th against Washington. He's missed a good amount of time, but he's back here in the lineup, DHing, possibly as just a little bit of a precaution. Did get technically the day off yesterday, so might see him play a little bit of defense in game 2 of the doubleheader. Inside, it's 1-2. Ponder hitting at a 379. 61 hits in 41 games, is going to be a starter in the All-Star game in just a couple days. Ripped foul. That overhead foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best. Never regret it. 1-2 here to Ponder. There's a ground ball up the middle into shallow center, but no play at second base for Walters, as John Ponder will reach with a leadoff infield single. The center fielder, number 5, Sam Linscott. A good start for John Ponder after missing some time. He's right back where he left off. Sam Linscott batting second today. This is only the 3rd time that he has batted second in the lineup. Still need him for defense out in center field. Did get out number 1 of the top of the first as he swings through. Strike 1. Ponder still leading the team in stolen bases, 19 for 27. Linscott went 0 for 5 on Friday, 2 strikeouts. He's 0 for his last 8 after his 3 for 4 with 5 runs scored on the 8th against Gateway. Slow roller over to third. No play at second, but the throw on to first by Zimmerman is in time for out number 1. Now a bit of a swinging bunt for Linscott. He'll advance Ponder into scoring position, and Dennis Pierce will try to bring him in. .295 average for Pierce, now in his 50th game of the year. He's got Ponder on second here with 1 out. He went 1 for 3, walked twice on Friday. First pitch from Brothers. A little high on the fastball, and it's 1-0. Kellen Brothers had a 3.38 ERA in May and had a very rough June, 9.12 ERA in the month of June for Brothers. 1-0 is called a strike. So far in July, he has only pitched in 7 innings, which that one game, he had a 2.57 ERA. That was against Ottawa. So not too much of a big sample size quite yet. But he gives up a lot of offense his first time through the lineup compared to the second time. Fly ball into center field. Mateo will make the catch for out number 2. Ponder will remain at second base. So 2 down here in the bottom of the first inning. Still no scores. Logan Brown will step up with a man on second and 2 outs. Logan Brown hit a solo homer. Went 1 for 3 on Friday. His homer was the first of back-to-back with the guy on deck, LG Castillo. First pitch. Grounder over to second base. Walters will snag it. Throw on to first is in time for out number 3. So John Ponder with the leadoff single. Advances a second but doesn't come around to score. Still 0-0 as we head to the second on the Otters Digital Network. Second inning here in Evansville. No score between Sussex County and Evansville here, as leading off for the Miners is Evan Berkey. It'll be Berkey, Mateo, and Ferrara, the top 3 here, the 5, 6, and 7 guys in the order. Berkey had a very nice game on Friday offensively. First pitch, a little high for ball 1. He went 3 for 5, hit a triple, drove in 2 runs. He's actually coming off of back-to-back 3-hit days, which are 2 of his 3-hit games overall this season. 1-0 called a strike. His first 3-hit game was on the first day of the season. That was back on May 8th against Down East. He's got 3 now, and 2 of them coming in the past 3 days. 2 games because of the rain out yesterday. 1-1 here from Wiltsey. Grounder foul down the third base line. It's 1-2. Owen Berkey's the leadoff man in an inning. He is hitting .212, 7 for 33 this season. 26-year-old from Buffalo. He's from the same city as LG Castillo. He went to Evansville his last collegiate season. He was a Purple Ace for a time. Hit .273 in 54 games with Evansville. That is inside, and it's going to hit Berkey. So the second hit by pitch by Wiltsey, as Berkey will lead off here, head to first. The 2 free passes, both of them hit by pitches by Wiltsey, and men on first now with nobody out in the top of the second inning. Edwin Mateo will stand in. Berkey is a perfect 9 for 9 on stolen bases this season. Shows bunt, pulls it back. It's a little low on the fastball for ball 1. Wiltsey, it's a little bit of a similar story in terms of his monthly ERA. He had a 3.94 ERA in May, went up to 6.75 in June. Throw back to first is not in time. Mateo has a hit in his last 6 games. He went 1 for 4 on Friday, drove in a run and walked twice. 1-0 pitch. Big swing and a miss, and it's 1-1. Hit in his last 6 games, also hit in 10 of his last 11 for Mateo. Hitting almost 300 on the season, now in his 44th game. 1-1. Another one a little low, close to the dirt. 2-1 to Mateo. Gateway last season, he hit .291 in 86 games. Has not had double-digit homers in a season yet. Mostly a good contact guy. Bunt drop down. It will roll foul, and it's 2-2. Pierce still covering. Berkey over at first base. 2-2. High fly ball into foul ground. Marcos Gonzalez is under it, fighting the sun, but he'll make the catch for out number 1. So out number 1 is Berkey, will remain at first base. Now we'll bring up Dean Ferrara. Ferrara 8 for 18 in his last 5 games, 2 triples. He has as many triples in his last 5 games as the Otters do all season. This is a very good team in terms of triples, though. Sussex County, they have a pretty fast squad, and they've been able to get a little lucky with their tripling. They have 10 of them this season, which is 3rd in the Frontier League. Ferrara's on a 9-game hitting streak. He went 3 for 5 on Friday. 0-1 grounder over to third, but it's going to go foul, and it's 0-2. Ferrara, after Friday's game, now has 6 3-hit games. Hitting .321 against starting pitching compared to relievers hitting at .281. Does hit worse on the road, though. Fouled away. Foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best, never regret it. Still remains at 0-2 here. All of his splits, though. 304 on the average, 382 on base, 504 slugging. Relatively over the league average so far this season. Hitting .344 in day games. I think we can count this as a day game, as that's in the dirt. Taking second base is Berkey. And he moves into scoring position here as it's 1-2 to Ferrara. The 1-2. Swung on and missed, strike 3, and Ferrara strikes out. Big second out for Wiltsey, his second K of the day, as he leaves Berkey on second base. Now with a big second out, Jose Madrano is now up, the number 8 guy in the lineup. His first bit of action in this series for Sussex County. First pitch from Wiltsey. High fly ball into left field. LG Castillo fighting the sun out there, but he'll make the catch. And that's out number 3. So the leadoff hit by pitch by Berkey does not result in a run coming in. We're still scoreless heading to the bottom of the second inning on the Otters Digital Network. Second inning is brought to you by J.E. Shekel Armor Protection. Founded in 1978, J.E. Shekel is the Tri-State's premier residential, commercial, industrial service and construction company. There's Kellen Brothers right there, throwing a scoreless first inning here. Now in the second, he'll face off against LG Castillo, Blake Robertson, and Marcos Gonzalez. Brothers is 26 years old. He's from Gridley, California. Standing at 6'3", he is currently in his 3rd season with the Miners. Last year, he had a 4.5 ERA in 104 innings, 113 hits compared to 52 earned runs, 35 walks, 80 strikeouts. Now, he pitched pretty well for Sussex last season. A little bit worse in terms of the ERA this year, but is coming off of a very nice 12 strikeout performance against the Ottawa Titans, as the first pitch is outside for ball 1 to LG Castillo. Check swing. Sounded like it went off the bat, and it did. It will be a foul ball. Makes it 1-1. LG has 6 homers in his last 10 games, including 1 on Friday. 2 for 4 homer run driven in. He now has 8 homers on the year, and 6 of them have been in his last 10. Does also have a 18.4% K percentage, though. Just outside. And it's 2-1. Overall, last 5 for LG is 6 for 19. Triple 2 homers, 8 RBIs. He fouls one off himself, and it's 2-2. No score here in the bottom of the second inning. Just the one hit by Ponder. The only hit for either side as Castillo strikes out. First K for Brothers of the day, and with one out, that'll bring up Blake Robertson.
Blake Robertson.
B-Rob has a hit in 5 straight games, has a hit in 14 of his last 15 games as well, as he takes ball 1. 8 for 18, 2 homers, a double, 5 ribbies in his last 5 games. He swings and misses, and it's 1-1. Robertson a chance to get over the 300 mark in terms of batting average today if he has a good day offensively. 1-2 here from Brothers now to Robertson. He already has a strikeout here in the bottom of the second inning. Now he has 2 as Robertson swings and misses, and that is out number 2 in the bottom of the second.
The third baseman, number 2, Marcos Gonzalez.
Marcos Gonzalez is back after a little hiatus. His last game was on the 8th against Gateway. Came out with an injury, ended up getting replaced by J.J. Cruz, who's been the main guy at third since his departure. But now he's back after a quick little time to rest and recover. Last game on the 8th, he went 1 for 1 with 2 walks. Inside, it's 1-1. One from Brothers is just outside, and it's 2-1. Gonzalez last 5 games, he's 5 for 16. Stretching all the way back to the first game of the series against Joliet. That is ripped down the left field line, and it's a fair ball. It's going to get all the way into the corner. Heading into second base is Gonzalez with his 11th double of the season.
Double. The second baseman, number 17, J.J. Cruz.
Good piece of hitting, 99 off the bat for Marcos Gonzalez, a Deerhead double-decker double. As that will bring up J.J. Cruz. Now at second base, Amani Jones getting the game off here in game 1 of the doubleheader. He swings and misses for strike 1. Second hit of the day for the Otters is the double from Gonzalez. J.J. Cruz has a hit in his last 5 games. Coming off of a couple of 1-for-4s. Inside, it's 1-1. Good take from J.J. That one just missing off of the inside corner. 1-for-4 on Friday. Drove in a run, struck out twice. Sitting back at a 250. 25 for 100 exactly. All of my people with OCD will love that. 25 for 100. Now in his 29th game. Another swing and a miss makes it 1-2. As Cruz will take his hitter's timeout. Gonzalez on second, 2 outs here in the bottom of the second inning. Brothers, couple looks back to second base, kicks and fires. That is crushed into deep right field. It's veering away, though, foul. And it will remain at 1-2. Looked fair for a good bit, but just looking at J.J. Cruz's reaction coming out of the box, it seemed as though he was convinced that that one was going to be called foul as well. Another 1-2 from Brothers. Swung on and missed for strike 3. So all 3 outs are via the K for Brothers in the second inning. As he's continuing his high strikeout rate, we'll head to the third. No score still on the Otters Digital Network. Top of the third, no score here between Sussex County and Evansville. Will Zimmerman leads off, the number 9 man before the top of the lineup. Comes up for the second time, Hunter D'Amato and Hayden Walters. First pitch here from Wiltsey to start the third inning. Bunt drop down over to Wiltsey as falling down is Zimmerman, so Wiltsey is going to take his time throwing over to first in time for out number 1. What happened here with Zimmerman? Let's take a look at the replay. He just tripped coming out of the box. Interesting. Well, either way, quick out number 1 here for Wiltsey, as that will bring up Hunter D'Amato at the top of the order. D'Amato, his third season with the Sussex County Miners, ended up flying out to center field on the first pitch of the game. 0 for 1 today. It's a 1-0 count here as that one misses a little high. Called a strike, higher half of the zone. It's 1-1. D'Amato played his entire collegiate career with Fairleigh Dickinson FDU, 2021 to 2024, and has been with the Miners ever since as he swings and misses, and it's 1-2. Last season with FDU, he hit .364 in 56 games. Very good, 80 hits. Ended up having multiple double-digit hitting streaks, including a 16-gamer. That one misses a little low. 16-gamer and an 11-game hitting streak nearing the end of the season. 15 games and multiple RBIs. He ended up driving in 51 runs, also stealing 27 bases. He's always had some good speed. High fly ball into shallow right center field. Lynn Scott running all the way over, loses the hat, but makes the catch for out number 2. So a couple of flyouts to center for D'Amato to start today's matchup. Hayden Walters will step up. He struck out swinging. It was the first of 2 Ks so far for Wiltsey. First pitch is called a strike, lower half of the zone that time. Walters and his teammate, Jose Madrano, who's batting in the 8th spot, both spent their entire collegiate careers at Felician University. As that one inside, that one will hit Walters. And that is now the third hit by pitch by Wiltsey today. Maciel, Berkey, and now Walters. 3 hit by pitches in 3 innings. Luckily for Wiltsey, none of them have come around to score yet. Gabriel Maciel was the recipient of the first hit by pitch of 3. Got hit in the back. First pitch from Wiltsey here. A little bit inside. That one's called a strike, though. And it's 0-1. The 0-1 here from Wiltsey. Walters a big lead over at first as that one is hit into left field. It will go foul, though. Quickly 0-2 here against Maciel. Londrina, Brazil native. Londrina a little bit west of Sao Paulo. A lot of guys on the shorter side on Sussex County's squad, but they do hit for some good average. 7th in average in the Frontier League. The Otters are first at 306. Sussex County does have a good offense. 1-2. In the dirt, good block by Logan Brown to stop the advance at first by Walters. Walters 4 for 5 on stolen bases this season. Doesn't go necessarily too often, but has been relatively good in terms of when he steals and not getting caught. High fly ball right behind home plate. Logan Brown has a read, and he'll make the catch right in the right-handed batter's box, as that is out number 3. 3 scoreless for Wiltsey. We will head to the bottom of the third, no score on the Otters Digital Network. Third innings brought to you by Precision Pest and Wildlife. Every great team brings precision to the field. We bring it to your home and business. Call 812-993-3341 or visit precisionpestwildlife.com. Let's elevate the standard together. Well, Kellen Brothers struck out the side, all 3 outs via the K, the swinging K. In the second inning, he'll face off against Salvaggio, Ponder, and Linscott, 9-1-2, as the order turns around for the second time.
TJ Salvaggio.
Salvaggio went 0 for 2, walked twice, struck out on Friday against the Miners. He leads off an inning so far this season. He's hitting .242. First pitch is a little high for ball 1. One of the 6 All-Stars for the Otters. Not many teams have an All-Star in the 9-hole, but Evansville does. 2-0. Slow roller over to third base. Zimmerman throw across the diamond to first in time for out number 1. Zimmerman threw a bullet across the diamond there. Was able to get Salvaggio for out number 1. John Ponder led off the bottom of the first inning with an infield single. He's 1 for 1 today. The Otters, 2 hits. The only number out there in the RHE category that's not a 0. No runs, no hits, no errors for Sussex. No runs, 2 hits, no errors for Evansville. Ponder takes strike 1. Now the 0-1 from Kellen Brothers. A little low and away. Now Ponder, 15 multi-hit games, 2 4-hit games, and a 5-hit game. There's a blooper into shallow left field. It will be caught by Berkey, and that's out number 2. Sam Linscott grounded out to Zimmerman in his first at-bat. He's 0 for 1 to start off the day. First pitch just a bit outside. It's 1-0. Kellen Brothers was at Yuba Community College for a couple seasons to start off his collegiate career. Went to Oklahoma Wesleyan after that. Spent 4 years there before signing with Sussex County. He had a 4.5 ERA in 52 innings with Oklahoma Wesleyan, which is in Bartlesville, Oklahoma. A little bit north of Tulsa, as that one's fouled in front of the plate. 1-2 here to Linscott. In 2024, Brothers was a third-team All-KCAC selection, their conference there that Oklahoma Wesleyan plays in. 18 walks compared to 70 strikeouts. Popped up foul. Foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best, never regret it. As it hits off the roof. Still remains at 1-2. Did play with Sussex County in 2024 after that season. Popped up foul yet again. First season with the Miners, he had a 4.3 ERA in 92 innings. That time, 26 walks compared to 85 strikeouts. So he's done a good job at limiting the walks. 13 walks compared to 53 strikeouts this season, including 12 in his last start against Ottawa. In the dirt, it's 2-2. Brothers had a 2-3 record. His wins were on the 5th of July against Ottawa and on May 13th against Tri-City. 2-2. Grounder to third. Zimmerman's right there. He'll throw it on to first. Throw a little offline, but staying on the bag is Ferrara for out number 3. So a 1-2-3 frame, the first of the day for Brothers. As we'll head to the 4th, still no score on the Otters Digital Network. Fourth inning here in Evansville, still no score. The Otters with 2 hits, the only hits that we've seen today, the single by John Ponder, the double by Marcos Gonzalez. Only bit of offense we've seen from either side. Keenan Taylor leads it off. It's Taylor, Berkey, and Mateo, the 4, 5, 6 guys, leading off in the fourth against Wiltsey, who, again, in a doubleheader game, is pitching very well. Fly ball into left center field. Lynn Scott will take over. He'll make the catch, and that is out number 1. That's the third time in 4 innings that Wiltsey has gotten the first out on 1 pitch, and all of them have been flyouts to center. Evan Berkey will stand in for his second at-bat. Got hit by a pitch to lead off the second inning, the only leadoff man that hasn't flown out to center field on the first pitch. First offering here from Wiltsey. Well, Ryan Wiltsey seems to pitch his best when Logan Brown is catching. 29 and a third innings he has pitched out of the overall 49 innings with Logan Brown behind the dish. 2.17 ERA. Berkey fouls it off himself, and he is in some pain. See if we get a trainer out here for him. Seems to be all right. Maybe he's just going to get a little bit of a bruise for game 2. 29 and a third innings with Logan Brown catching for Wiltsey. 7 earned runs, 8 walks, and 24 strikeouts, an overall ERA of 2.16. So Wiltsey pitches very well when Logan Brown is doing the catching. Logan Brown has taken a little bit of a step back in terms of catching. We've seen a lot more of Cohen Wilbanks and Mark Black in the past couple weeks. Looping curve is going to miss a little high for ball 2. Two one pitch. Makes it 3-1 as fastball is a little high. Berkey, before his last season in college with Evansville, spent his first 4 with the CSU Bakersfield Roadrunners. Fly ball into left field, and a nice running grab out there by Castillo. Looked like that one was going to drop, but Castillo is able to get there just in time. Good reaction time there from LG to get out number 2, and that'll bring up Edwin Mateo. Top of the fourth, no score here in game 1 of the doubleheader. The first pitch to Mateo is called a strike. Mateo from Santo Domingo in the Dominican Republic spent 7 seasons with the Dodgers organization. Quickly 0-2 here against Mateo after the good breaking pitch hits the top edge of the zone. Oh, 2 high on the fastball. Mateo actually a better road hitter than a hitter at home. 316 on the road compared to 273 at Skyland Stadium where they play. Fly ball into right field. Blake Robertson is right there to make the catch for out number 3. So after Brothers' first 1-2-3 inning in the bottom of the third, Ryan Wiltsey's first 1-2-3 starts the top of the fourth. No score as we head to the bottom half here on the Otters Digital Network. Fourth inning is brought to you by Sheet Metal Workers Local 20. For 138 years, Sheet Metal Workers have led the way in sheet metal industries like heating and air, architectural, industrial, and more. Visit smart20evansville.com for more information. Bit of a pitcher's duel here between Brothers and Wiltsey. Dennis Pierce leads it off here in the bottom of the fourth. It's Pierce, Logan Brown, and LG Castillo. Dennis Pierce flew out to Edwin Mateo in center field back in the first inning. First pitch from Brothers here in the bottom of the fourth is a high fastball for ball one. One 0. Fly ball into center yet again. Mateo taking a few steps back. He'll make the catch, and that's out number one. Couple flyouts to center for Dennis Pierce to start off today's game. Logan Brown grounded out to Walters on the first pitch he saw to end the first inning. Outside and a little high for ball one. Oh, Brothers, the main catalyst for his high ERA, he's given up a lot of home runs, 8 of them, including he's given up a homer in each of his last 5 starts. That included 2 against Ottawa. Both of his earned runs and both of his hits he gave up were homers. But, of course, still managed to give up the win after you strike out 12. You kind of have to get the win then. But 2 games in which he's given up 2 homers. Fouled off of the mask of Wes Dunkel. Well, Logan Brown has already fouled a ball back that has taken an umpire out of commission for a little bit, so luckily Dunkel seems to be okay. Hopefully Jose Muriente is still recovering well after getting taken out of the game late in game 1 of the series. Dunkel's right back and ready to go. 1-2 is reached out, poked foul. Our brothers from Gridley, California. It's a small town a little bit north of Sacramento. He went to Yuba Community College, which is in Yuba City, California. Yuba, the name of the county as well. 2-2. Another one poked foul. Running after it is Zimmerman, but he will not have a play. Last season with Yuba was in 2020, shortened season. He had a 2.55 ERA in 42 1/3 innings. The 2-2 yet again to Logan Brown. Curveball freezes Brown, and he knew it, as he'll head back to the dugout. 4th K for Brothers today, and that's out number 2 here in the 4th.
The left fielder, number 6, LG Castillo.
LG Castillo stands in for his second at-bat. He struck out swinging to start the second inning. 0 for 1 so far today. First pitch outside on the fastball. 91, fastest pitch we've seen from Brothers today. Working relatively quick here. 1-0. Another one misses a little outside. Two 0 to LG. Inside, it's ball 3. Brothers has walked multiple batters in 4 of his last 5 games. That includes 3 in back-to-back games on June 18th against Troyes and June 30th against New York. Swinging 3-0, and he fouls one away. LG does. It's 3-1. 3-1 here to LG. That is called strike 2. Brothers' best season in collegiate ball was in 2023. He had an ERA under 1 in 49 and a third innings with Oklahoma Wesleyan. He had a 6-0 record. Gave up 5 earned runs, only walked 10. Struck out 53. 3-2 swung on and missed. And that is another 1-2-3 inning. Now with 5 Ks for Kellen Brothers as both pitchers go through 4 scoreless. Brothers has retired the last 7 Otters. We'll head to the 5th. Still no score on the Otters digital network. Top of the 5th inning, it is a pitcher's duel. It continues here in the 5th inning. Ryan Wiltsey's thrown 4 scoreless. Kellen Brothers is thrown 4 scoreless. It'll be Dean Ferrara leading off with Jose Madrano next, and Will Zimmerman, the bottom 3 in the order, leading off in the top of the 5th inning. First pitch grounder over to short. Salvaggio will toss it on over to first in time for out number 1. That will bring up Jose Madrano.
The catcher, number 18, Jose Madrano.
Madrano, 21 years old. He's born in 2005, making everybody feel old. One of the younger guys in the entire Frontier League. First pitch is called a strike. It's 0-1. Only his 7th game this season, Madrano. Previous 6, couple against Troyes, 1 against New York, couple against Ottawa, and then 1 against Lake Erie. A little high, it's 1-1. 2 for 11 in his previous 6 games. So far today, he's 0 for 1. He flew out to Castillo in left field. That is up the middle and into center field for a base hit. So the first hit of the day for Sussex County as Jose Madrano gets his 3rd hit of the season. There goes the no-hitter, unfortunately.
The third baseman, number 13, Will Zimmerman.
So runner on first with 1 out for Will Zimmerman. First pitch here from Wiltsey. Showing bunt, pulls it back. Throw back to first is not in time. It's a good back pick over to first by Logan Brown. Definitely caught Madrano a little off guard. Will Zimmerman coming in today is in his last 15 games. He is 6 for 37. Did have a good day, though, offensively on Friday. He only went 1 for 1. He walked 3 times. He scored 5 times. So a very interesting stat line there for him. 2 for 13, though, in his last 5. Popped up foul. It will get out of play. It's 1-1.
Overhead foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best. Never regret it.
Grounder back to Wiltsey in his first at bat. The 1-1 here. Ripped foul off the netting over near the Otters dugout. It's 1-2. Oh, Evansville trying to tie the series up here. And neither team really doing anything offensively, though. 3 hits between the two sides here. So that one's inside. It's ball 2. A couple of games around the league already finished as they started a little bit earlier in the morning/afternoon. Runner goes. Curveball, called a ball, throw to second base is in time. Great scoop at second base by J.J. Cruz as he applies the tag, and Madrano is caught stealing. Take a look at this. Throw in the dirt right at Cruz, a snow cone as he applies the tag, and that's out number 2. Empties the bases.
Former Otters outfielder Jeffrey Baez. Good to see you back here at the ballpark.
So now Wiltsey 1 strike away from another scoreless frame. 3-2. That will miss high, and it's ball 4. So first walk issued by either side today. But overall, the 4th free pass given up by Wiltsey as he has the walk and 3 hit by pitches. So far, though, has not resulted in a run coming in. Hunter Diamato back up, top of the lineup for the 3rd time. Diamato 0 for 2 with 2 flyouts to center field. Big lead as there's another fly ball into center field. Lynn Scott is there, and he will make the catch for out number 3. So Diamato 0 for 3 with 3 flyouts to center as Ryan Wiltsey throws another 5 scoreless. We will head to the bottom half of the 5th inning. No score still on the Otters Digital Network. Fifth inning's brought to you by Buffalo Wild Wings. Bottomless apps are now here. Dine and only. Visit either Evansville locations, 5405 Pearl Drive or 715 North Green River Road for details. So we head to the bottom of the 5th inning. We have not seen a run cross the plate yet. This is looking a lot like what we saw in Joliet, which the Otters scored 4 runs in both games combined and won both of them. So hopefully we have that same result here. Maybe the Otters can put together a little bit of a crooked number here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Robertson leads it off. First pitch is called a ball. It's Robertson, Gonzalez, and Cruz to lead off. J.J. Cruz just had a great defensive play on a nice throw from Logan Brown to catch Jose Madrano stealing second base. Another one misses. 2-0 to Robertson. 2-0 pitch inside, and it's ball 3. Owen leading off an inning. Robertson, 167 he's hitting. 5 for 30, but he does have a homer. One of his 5 on the year. Now we'll hit the zone. It's 3-1. Saw a 3-0 count against Castillo to end the 4th. He ended up coming back to strike out LG and retire his 7th straight Otter. But he will not retire Robertson, as B-Rob will take first on the walk. First walk issued by Brothers today.
The third baseman, number 2, Marcos Gonzalez.
Marcos Gonzalez has one of the 2 hits for the Otters today. He hit his 11th double of the year back in the 2nd inning. Now has a man on here with nobody out to lead off the bottom of the 5th inning. First pitch is inside. As calling time is Madrano. He's going to have a little chat here with Brothers. So we'll take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard. Yeah. So, Tri-City ended up beating Ottawa 12-10. Schaumburg lost to Gateway, had a shutout through 7 innings, but Gateway scored 4 in the 8th and ended up winning 4-3. Florence beat Joliet 7-1. Mississippi beat Windy City 4-2. That was a pretty low-scoring affair there. 5-4, Brockton's up on New Jersey in the 5th inning. New York is beating Down East 4-1. Washington's up on Lake Erie 6-2. And Quebec and Troyes are just starting, still in the bottom of the 1st. 1-0 to Gonzalez is high for ball 2. Brothers, the past, 3 batters has been struggling a little bit with the location. Luckily, he did strike out Castillo, but walked Robertson and is now 2-0 here to Gonzalez. There's a strike. Makes it 2-1. Gonzalez hitting at a .328 coming into today's contest. 2-1 called strike, higher half of the zone. It's 2-2. Brothers already has 5 strikeouts today. Not close to a season high of 12, but doesn't really have too much time to do it anyways. We're more than halfway done with the game here in game 1. 2-2 swung on and missed, and that's strike 3. Gonzalez goes down swinging, strikeout number 6 for Brothers, and that's out number 1 in the bottom of the 5th inning.
17, J.J. Cruz.
J.J. Cruz stands in for his 2nd at-bat. He was the 3rd of 6 strikeout recipients back in the 2nd inning. He has a 25.9 strikeout percentage this season. Swings and misses, and it's 0-1. Five walks compared to now 29 strikeouts for Cruz so far today. Has some good variety, though, on the defensive side. Can play a lot of different positions, so he's been a good depth piece for Evansville this season. Brothers trying to match Wiltsey with 5 scoreless of his own. 1 out. Robertson still out on first, the 0-2. Inside. JJ, 25 years old, from Cerritos, California, in the LA area, in Orange County, between LA, the main LA area, and Anaheim. 1-2. In the dirt, good block from Madrano to stop the advancement of Robertson from first. 2-2 here to Cruz. Cruz played 80 games last season with the Otters at .236 and 11 homers. Hit .250 in 2024 in 22 games, his first season with the Otters, now hitting .250 this year. High, and it's 0-2 to 3-2 for Cruz after a couple of good takes. Brothers at risk of walking another one, making 2 on here with 1 out for Salvaggio, but has to face off against the payoff from Brothers. High fly ball into foul ground. Madrano. Zimmerman giving it a look, but it will land on the roof.
You know what that sound means. An overhead foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Best, never regret it.
Getting a good look at that tarp. We'll say us and that tarp have been quite busy this week. We have really got me and the tarp have really gotten to know each other as of recent. Another payoff. Swung on and missed, strike 3. 7 strikeouts for Brothers as he gets 2 straight here in the 5th inning. Makes it 2 outs with a runner on first for TJ Salvaggio. So at least 2 strikeouts in 3 of the 5 innings pitched by Brothers today. First pitch called a strike to Salvaggio, who grounded out to Zimmerman to lead off the 3rd inning. Only 3 base runners allowed by Brothers today. That's ripped down the line, but it's veering foul. It'll land in the Sussex County bullpen. Makes it 0-2 quickly here against Salvaggio. Now both Brothers and Wiltsey in a tight pitcher's duel here in game 1 of the doubleheader. 0-2. Swung on and missed. High fastball gets Salvaggio. And 8 strikeouts for Brothers as he gets 3 straight Ks for all 3 outs in the 5th. We'll head to the 6th. Still no score on the Otters Digital Network.
The second baseman, number 12, Hayden Walters.
6th inning. No one scored. As that man right there, Ryan Wiltsey, has pitched 5 scoreless frames. Same with the guy on the other side, Kellen Brothers. First pitch fouled off the mask of Logan Brown. Wes Dunkel giving Logan Brown a couple of seconds to gather himself. That was a fast one. That made such a loud sound I could hear it through my headphones. Logan Brown seems to be okay, though. It's Walters, Masael, and Taylor, the top three, leading off here in the top of the sixth for Sussex County. Fly ball into center field. Linscott running after it, and he drops it. Now, Linscott couldn't handle it out there in center field. Most likely going to be counted as an error there. I think Linscott might have overran it at first because he kind of had to reach up and grab that one, and it just comes out of the glove. So the E8 will allow Walters to reach first. It is only the second minor to reach to lead off an inning. First pitch a little low for ball one to Maciel. As after that, quickly somebody warming in the bullpen for the Otters, Nolan Thebe. One-0. Grounder into right field. It's going to be a base hit. Trying to go first to third is Walters. The throw over there is not in time. Now the first player at all in this game to reach third base is Hayden Walters, as Maciel takes advantage of the error out in center field and ends up advancing Walters. The third runners are now at the corners with nobody out for Keenan Taylor, as Max Peterson will come out, possibly make a change here as Phoebe got warming relatively quickly. Looking like it might just be a normal mound visit here. So Walters on third. If he scores, that run won't be earned to Wiltsey, but if Maciel scores from first, that will be earned to Wiltsey, as he's been pitching the ball really well. But on the other side, Kellen Brothers, 5 innings, 2 hits, 1 walk, 8 strikeouts. So it honestly feels like at this point, whoever scores first might win the game. So it is a little bit of a scary situation for the Otters, considering the circumstances of how this game's been going so far. So Max Peterson is going to keep Wiltsey into the game here to face off against Keenan Taylor. 0 for 2 for Taylor. Line out to Castillo and left, a fly out to center in the 4th inning. Time called. A little bit of a stoppage here, but we will resume. First pitch to Keenan Taylor. A little bit high for ball one. I mentioned that this is the first time somebody's reached third base in this game. We've had now 4 people in scoring position. Nobody advanced from second until now. Grounder down the first base line, foul over to the Miners bullpen. One and one here against Taylor. Last 5 games for Taylor coming to this one, 3 for 22. Now 3 for 24 in his last 6. Fly ball this time to the right side as it'll go foul. 1 and 2 here to Taylor. Wiltsey trying to get his former teammate out here and get a huge first out in the 6th to try and keep the game tied up. 1-2. Another one fouled away. Overhead foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best, never regret it. Still remains at 1 and 2 here. Walters on third, Maciel on first. Another 1-2 here from Wiltsey. Fastball a little low and away. Makes it 2 and 2. Taylor does have 11 homers on the season, 10 of them with Sussex County, 36 RBIs. 2-2. There's a base hit into left field. In comes Walters, and the Miners take advantage of an error in center field. Keenan Taylor brings in the go-ahead run. As Sussex County has broken the scoreless tie, it's 1-0.
The shortstop, number 6, Evan Berkeley.
Max Peterson will come out and most likely making the change this time to Nolan Thebe out of the bullpen. As Sussex County has broken the scoreless tie, it's 1-0. Thebe coming into the game, we'll see still a very solid 5 innings of work. Thebe will inherit 2 runners and try to keep things at just a 1-run deficit for the offense in the bottom half. We'll be right back on the Otters Digital Network. Pitching change brought to you by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find all your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road, or give them a call at 812-4759-K. Nolan Thebe is into the game as Ryan Wiltsey finishes, at least right now, with 5 innings, 3 hits, 1 run not earned, 1 walk, and 2 strikeouts. And Thebe will try to make it and keep it at 0 earned runs, but a little bit of a tall task ahead of him. He has a 3.28 ERA and 35 2/3 innings. 6-3 record is tied for the team lead in wins, as he's given up 18 walks, 45 strikeouts. His last outing was on the 8th against Gateway. He threw 2 2/3 innings, gave up 5 hits, 1 earned run, 4 walks. Or no, not 4 walks, 4 strikeouts, no walks. Ended up getting that 6th victory against the Grizzlies. Maciel is on second. Keenan Taylor, after his RBI single, is on first, as the Miners have a 1-0 lead. Bunt showed by Berkey. It is dropped down right in front of the plate. Logan Brown calls it off. Throw to first is in time, and that's out number 1, as both runners will advance to second and third. That'll bring up Edwin Mateo. Mateo so far 0 for 2, a couple flyouts. Infield all the way in up on the grass, as the first pitch is going to get past Logan Brown. No advance, though, at third by Maciel, as that's ball 1. Thebe has 14 scoreless outings this season, including 7 of his last 10. Good in terms of the strikeout department as well. 1-0. Outside, fastball at 90. It's 2-0 to Mateo. Walk would load the bases for Dean Ferrara. It would definitely move at least the middle infield back into double play depth. 2-0. There's a strike. It's 2-1. Mateo this season, 25 RBIs, 3 in his last 5 games. He's hitting at a 7 for 17 coming into today in his last 5. 2-1. Fouled back to the netting. It's 2-2. Mateo, 6-game hitting streak, hitting 10 of his last 11. Does not have a hit yet today. So, chance to end that hitting streak for Thebe if he is able to get Mateo out here without getting a second run across. The 2-2. Just outside. It's ball 3. Dean Ferrara is also 0 for 2. Payoff here from Thebe. Fly ball into center field. Linscott is under it, and he will make the catch for out number 2. Tagging from third is Maciel, and he will come in to score. The sacrifice fly from Edwin Mateo makes it 2-0 Sussex County here in the top of the 6th inning. So out number 2 is recorded, but that will be the second run, first earned run by Wiltsey, as that will go to him. As Keenan Taylor stays at second base, 2 outs here for Ferrara. First pitch, very inside, straightens up Ferrara, and it's 1-0. Ferrara also on a nice hitting streak, 9 games. That's at risk of going under here. 1-0. Grounder over to short. Salvaggio tosses it to first in time for out number 3. Sussex County finally breaks through. It's 2-0 as we head to the bottom of the 6th on the Otters Digital Network. Sixth inning is brought to you by United Fidelity Bank, the experience you need and the service you deserve since 1914. Kellen Brothers 5 scoreless so far as he's still out there for another frame. He's struck out 8 so far today, all of them being in the bottom 6 of the lineup. It's the top 3, though, leading off here for the Otters: Ponder, Linscott, and Pierce. John Ponder, 1 for 2 so far today, has a single in the first, popped out to Berkey at short in the third. 2 hits, 3 overall base runners for the Otters so far today. Ponder's single, double from Marcos Gonzalez, and then the walk to Blake Robertson have been the only 3 to reach. First pitch to Ponder will miss high for ball 1. A little bit low and away for ball 2. It is Jacob Widener in the bullpen. First guy out of the pen here for Sussex. 2-0. Fouled away. Foul ball brought to you by Ed's Construction. Choose the best, never regret it. 2-1 fouled back to the netting, and it's 2-2. Brothers, his worst outing of the season. One of his 3 losses was on June 12th against Down East. 4 innings, 11 hits, 8 earned runs. Ended up getting one of his 3 losses. One of his other ones was on the 30th of June against New York. He had 5 earned runs. Still managed to strike out 7, though. Swung on and missed for strike 3, and that is 9 Ks for Brothers. And the first out here in the bottom of the 6th inning.
Number 5, Sam Linscott.
Brothers is just running through the Otters offense so far today. Bunch showed, pulled back. It's inside for ball 1. He has struck out more batters than has given up ground ball and fly ball outs. 9 strikeouts compared to 5 ground outs and 3 flyouts. Check swing over to first, did not go around. And it's 2-1. That'll be approximately 40 minutes, 45 after game 1 that game 2 will start. Grounder over to short, going to be a tough play. Leaping throw from Berkey is not in time as Linscott will make it to first on the infield single.
The first baseman, number 10, Dennis Pierce.
Tying run up to the plate in Dennis Pierce, and definitely a good chance here as Pierce is the team leader in home runs with 10 to possibly tie the game up. It doesn't seem like too many guys can make good contact off of Brothers today. First pitch. High fly ball. It's going to go foul right over the box. And it's 0-1. Linscott on first. 1 out. Otters down 2 as that swung on and missed for strike 2. 0-2 count here against Pierce. So this is the second most strikeouts that Brothers has thrown in a game this season. He's thrown at least 3 in every single start. Season low is 3. That was on May 26th against Quebec through 4 1/3 innings. Looking to go a full 6 here. 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. K number 10 for Brothers. And that is out number 2. Oh, this is the most strikeouts that a pitcher has thrown against the Otters in a game this season. Looks like getting taken out of the game is Brothers, as he is responsible for the runner on first, but a clean 5 2/3 innings, 3 hits, 1 walk, no earned runs, and 10 strikeouts. A phenomenal performance from Kellen Brothers, and if this score holds, he'll be in line for the victory. Jacob Widener coming into the game here, as we'll take a quick break on the Otters Digital Network. New pitcher into the game is Jacob Widener. We saw Widener on Friday through scoreless frame against the Otters. He has a 4.76 ERA now in 22 and 2/3 innings. Big issue so far has been the walks, but he's been in the Royals organization for a little bit up until May of this season, as he'll face off first against the lefty and Logan Brown with a runner on first and 2 outs. 10 strikeouts for Kellen Brothers, the most by an opposing pitcher this season against the Otters. First time a pitcher's thrown double-digit Ks against Evansville. Linscott still on first after the single, the infield single, 1-0 to Logan Brown, is going to get past Medrano, so taking second base is Linscott, and he moves into scoring position. Couple of very uncompetitive pitches to start here for Widener. Mentioned his Randy Johnson-esque delivery, along with the fact that he's 6'7", it's a little bit uncanny. Ground ball over to short, long throw for Berkey over to first, and a good scoop by Ferrara at first is going to be out number 3. So Widener gets out of the jam, so an official 5-2 scoreless for Brothers as we'll head to the top of the 7th. Sussex County up 2-0 on the Otters Digital Network. Top of the 7th inning. Nolan Thebe back out there for another frame as he ended up giving up the sac fly to Edwin Mateo, but that will be charged to Wiltsey. Finishes 5 innings, 3 hits, 2 runs, 1 earned, 1 walk, 2 strikeouts. First pitch called a strike to Jose Medrano. He got the first base hit of the day for Sussex County in the 5th inning. They now have 3 and 2 runs crossed. Little low, it's 1-1. Unfortunate circumstances, but sort of the same thing we saw in Joliet, but on the other side, as a bit of a pitcher's duel, a couple runs score, and ends in a low-scoring affair. It's basically what we saw in both games in Joliet. Somebody in the bullpen for Sussex County is Parker Primo, who is the usual closer for Sussex. 1-2 just misses outside. Medrano this season at Felician, 321, 63 hits in 56 games First team all CACC utility man. Grounder over to third. Gonzalez throw to first. A little high, but Dennis Pierce applies the tag on Madrano for out number 1. Madrano almost got his foot under that, but Dennis Pierce able to apply the tag. Will Zimmerman stepping up. He's 0 for 1 with a walk in game 1 of the doubleheader. First pitch a little inside for ball 1. Zimmerman was at Indian Hills Community College a couple of years, transferred to Arkansas State for 2019, then spent his last 2 seasons at the University of Minnesota at Crookston. Called a strike, it's 1-1. Another shorter guy in the lineup. Let's take a look. D'Amato, 5'11". Walters, 5'11". Maciel, 5'8". Taylor, 5'10". Berkey, 5'11". Mateo, 5'9". Ferrara, 5'10". Madrano, 5'8". Zimmerman, 5'8". Sussex doesn't have a single guy over 6 foot in the lineup. Both of their guys that are 6 foot and over, Keenan O'Brien and Sandro Gaston, are not playing right now. They call it the all short Kings lineup, as it's 2-2 here against Zimmerman. I'm sure Gaston will get the catching duties in game 2. Either him or O'Brien, who is listed as a catcher as well, but we've only seen O'Brien pitch this series. That is into left center field for a base hit. Zimmerman, his first hit of the day as he takes a wide turn around first base. The 4th hit of the day for Sussex County comes from the 9-hitter, Zimmerman. He's on first with 1 out for the top of the lineup for the 4th time, Hunter D'Amato. Hunter D'Amato, he's 0 for 3 today with 3 flyouts to center. Trying to go to second base as that one will get into center field. Trying to head to third and getting there easily is Zimmerman. So he steals second, advances the third on the errant throw as Logan Brown threw it over there, but nobody was covering. Second error of the day for the Otters. Second straight game in which they've had multiple errors here in the first 2 games of the series against Sussex. Now a runner on third with 1 out, and D'Amato faces an 0-1 from Thebe. Infield in here, up on the grass, except for Dennis Pierce, who's over near the first base bag. 0-1. Bunt showed as it's inside. Pulled it back. It's 1-1. One pitch from Thebe. Outside, it's ball 2. D'Amato was hitting at a 349 coming into this one. Even with a base hit, it will most likely move his average down just a tad. Sitting at 351 coming into this series. Fouls one off himself, and he is limping a little bit, not putting too much pressure on that left leg. 2-2 now. Oh, if this score holds, the Otters will look to avoid being swept for the first time this season. In terms of sweeps, we've had 4 of them, including 1 against Florence, 1 against Gateway, 1 against Windy City, and 1 against Schaumburg. 2-2. Grounder past first into right field for a base hit. Coming in to score is Zimmerman. And the RBI single for Hunter D'Amato makes it 3-0 Miners in the top of the 7th. Man on first now with one out for Hayden Walters. A run in here after D'Amato drives in his 29th run of the season. Hayden Walters shows bunt, pulls it back. It's called an inside strike. Makes it 0-1. Walters conversing with Wes Dunkel about where that pitch was. Oh for 2, but has reached twice so far for Walters as he fouls one off to the left side. Struck out swinging in the first inning, got hit by a pitch in the third, then reached on an error in the fifth, came around to score the first run of the day for either side. As the Otters are 3 outs away from getting shut out for the second time. 0-2 inside on the fastball. Grounder past first yet again into right field for a base hit. First to third is D'Amato. The throw's cut off by Salvaggio, and it's another single. The third straight for the Miners as it's runners at the corners now. Still only one out for Gabriel Maciel. Otters still not getting anybody warm in the bullpen. Evansville, when trailing after 6 innings, currently at a 3-16 record. As Sussex County keeps extending their lead 3-0, and now a chance to make it 4 with a runner 90 feet away and 1 out. First pitch called a strike to Maciel. One for 2 so far for Maciel. Singled in the 6th inning, ended up coming around to score as he fouls one back. And it's 0-2 against Thebe. Oh, Walters coming into this game over at first was, in his last 8 games, 2 for 28. He's got a hit here today. He's reached now 3 times, and he's over at first base. Now with D'Amato at third, 0-2, outside. Makes it 1-2. Chance for Walters to possibly take second base here. Mentioned 4 for 5 on stolen bases. That one's popped up behind home plate. Logan Brown gives it a look, but it will land on the roof with a big thud. Three runs, 6 hits, no errors for Sussex County. 0 runs on 3 hits, 2 errors for Evansville. 2 in the 6th, 1 here in the 7th for Sussex County. 1-2. Outside. A good take from Maciel makes it 2-2. The record when trailing after 6 does not incorporate 7-inning games, as there's a base hit into shallow right field. As a run will come in first to third yet again. Walters gets there safely, and it's 4 straight singles that has put a second run across here in the 7th inning. It's 4-0 Sussex County as they keep on extending their lead here in the 7th. Max Peterson will come out as the Otters quickly getting somebody warm up in the bullpen. David Eckes is the man out there. Parker Primo in the other bullpen. Sussex County might score enough to where he's not even really needed, as it's a non-save situation. Sussex County just keeps on knocking hits around, putting some offense together here after getting no hit through the first 5 1/3 innings. Or sorry, 4 1/3 innings. Runners at the corners yet again. 2 runs in. Keenan Taylor drove in the first run of the day to give Sussex County the 1-0 lead. Last at bat in the 6th inning. Overall, he's 1 for 3. First pitch is called a strike. Taylor also teammates with Thebe last year with the Otters. 0-1. That is ripped down the line all the way to the wall in left field. 1 run's going to come in. Maciel is getting the stop sign at third, and an RBI double for Keenan Taylor has made it 5-0 Sussex County here in the top of the 7th. So the Miners have brought in 3 runs here in the 7th inning, and Max Peterson quickly going to come back out here and make the change. Thebe out of the game, responsible for the runners on second and third. So far, 1 1/3 innings, 5 hits, 3 earned runs, no walks, no strikeouts. David Eckes will try to get the Otters out of the top of the 7th, as we'll take a quick break on the Otters Digital Network. New pitcher into the game is David Eckes as the pitching change and pitcher-catcher battery with him and Logan Brown, brought to you by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find all your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road, or give them a call at 812-475-9K. It's been a rough past couple of innings on the pitching side for Evansville as the Miners lead it 5-0 here in the top of the 7th inning. David Eckes is coming into the game with runners at second and third. Maciel at third, Taylor at second. Still only 1 out as he'll face off against Berkey, Mateo, and Ferrara at the top 3 if one of them reaches. Eckes has a 5.92 ERA in 24 1/3 innings. 1 2/3 innings on Friday. Gave up 2 hits, 3 runs, 2 of them earned. Earned his first loss of the season on Friday against Sussex. First pitch to Berkey with the infield in is going to miss inside for ball 1. Berkey 0 for 2, got hit by a pitch in his first at-bat. That is called a strike. Eckes, 23 years old, from Brandon, Florida. A little bit east of Tampa. Was with FIU for his entire collegiate career. FIU down in Miami. In his first pro season. He's been here pretty much all season with the Otters. As that'll miss outside, it's 2-1. Swing and a miss. It's 2-2. Good breaking ball from Eckes. 1 strike away from getting a big out number 2 here in the 7th. Parker Primo now with a 5-run lead for Sussex. I don't think is warming up anymore. Wonder if he's still going to come in here for the bottom half of the 7th inning. Reminder, we have another game after this. Game 2 of the doubleheader. If this score holds, the Otters will look to avoid getting swept for the first time this season. Swung on and missed strike 3, and Eckes gets Berkey swinging for out number 2. So they get big out number 2 to try to avoid another run coming in. It'll be Edwin Mateo, the switch hitter, batting from the right side for the first time today. Wind's been blowing right to left this entire time. Popped up foul. Dennis Pierce, Logan Brown, both of them converging, neither of them able to make the catch as it lands just east of the Otters dugout. A little bit of a weird angle here for Logan Brown as he was up against the fencing right there. And also just a weird place where that one landed, right at the top step of the Otters dugout. Landed in foul ground, though. It's 0-1. Maciel on third, Taylor on second. 2 outs now after the strikeout as that one's fouled away. Quickly 0-2 here against Mateo. Mateo so far is 0 for 2, but did hit a sac fly in the 6th inning that brought in Maciel from third. 0-2. High fly ball into center field. Linscott fighting the sun out there. He'll make the catch for out number 3. So a good job from David Eckes. Runners on second and third, 1 out to get out of the jam without allowing a run. It is still 5-0 Sussex County, though, as they're 3 outs away from winning the series here at Bosse Field. Seventh inning is brought to you by Jacob's Pub. Jacob's Pub is proud to support the Evansville Otters in the Jacobsville neighborhood. Be sure to check out First Fridays at 607 North Main Street in Evansville, Indiana. New pitching change as Parker Primo will come into the game for the bottom of the 7th inning.
The left fielder, number 6, LG Castillo.
It'll be LG Castillo, Blake Robertson, and Marcos Gonzalez to lead off here in the 7th. The Otters down 5-0, and they're 3 outs away from dropping the series here against Sussex. Another reliever on the Miners, by the way, with a very weird arm slot. Fouled away. It's quickly 0-2 here against LG. Primo, 25 years old. He's from Lake Charles, Louisiana. Was at Centenary for 4 seasons, then with Creighton in 2024, McNeese last year before signing with Sussex County. This is his 2nd season with the Miners. He has a 2.91 ERA in 21 2/3 innings, 6 saves, which leads the team. 5 walks compared to 15 strikeouts. Last pitched on July 8th through a scoreless inning, got the save against the Crushers. 0-2, another one fouled away by LG as he stays alive. has 16 scoreless outings this season, including 11 of his first 12 outings that were scoreless then. Swing and a foul tip into the glove of Medrano for strike 3. Strikeout number 1 for Primo. Strikeout number 11 for the pitching of Sussex County. And that'll bring up Blake Robertson with 1 out. First pitch called a strike as the throw back hit Robertson in the head. It was a weird, that was a cartoon-esque throw right there. Oh, 1. Called strike 2 right down the middle. McNeese last year, Primo had a 5.24 ERA, 22 and third innings. He mostly got signed out of the prospect league after he had a ERA of 0.4 in 22 and a third innings with the Illinois Valley Pistol Shrimp, as that one clips Robertson and he gets hit by the pitch. He's going to reach for the second time, which will bring up Marcos Gonzalez with a runner on first and 1 out. That McNeese team last season finished 32 and 17. They started the season 10 and 1, but ended the season losing both games in the Southland Conference tournament against Northwestern State and Southeastern Louisiana, which is otherwise known as the Fighting TJ Salvaggios. 1-1 here to Gonzalez. That is called a strike. It looked like it fooled Gonzalez there. Makes it 1-2. Southeastern Louisiana last season, where Salvaggio was, they went 38 and 16. Their only win was against McNeese, as they lost 2 games against New Orleans and Northwestern State. So Northwestern State beat both Southeastern Louisiana and McNeese in the Southland Conference tournament. 2-2 here to Gonzalez. That is called strike 3, lower half of the zone. And that is out number 2, strikeout number 12 for Sussex County pitching.
Number 17, J.J. Cruz.
Otters are 1 out away from getting shut out for the second time this season. First pitch called a strike to J.J. Cruz, who is the last man standing here. Other time they got shut out was the 12-0 loss against Florence, as now they're down to their final strike. Oh, the most strikeouts for an opponent against the Otters is 13. That was back on July 3rd against Joliet. 12 right now. Could tie it, though, with this next pitch. 0-2. Fouled away. J.J. Cruz lives to see another pitch. Robertson on first after the hit by pitch. The Otters have been completely shut down offensively in Game 1 against the combination of brothers Widener and now Primo. 0-2 just misses outside. The pitching matchup for Game 2 is the only All-Star for Sussex County, Rob Hensey, taking on Landon Williman. So I'm not sure it's going to get any easier for the Otters against Hensey. 1-2. Grounder over to second base. Walter's throw to first is in time, and that'll do it. Sussex County wins Game 2, and they will take the series against the Otters. Otters' first series lost then late July against Joliet, in which they lost the first 2 games of that series, as they will try to avoid being swept for the first time this season in a 3-game series. They will fall to 33-21. Still 12 games over 500, but a couple of losses against Sussex County as it drops them further into the division race. Still relatively comfortable in terms of the wild card standings. And we do have another game in about 45 minutes. So, chance to redeem themselves here and avoid being swept in game 2. As mentioned previously, Rob Hensey's taken on Landon Williman in the pitching matchup there. And, well, make sure to stick around. Maybe get a snack, maybe get a drink before you come back here. In about 45 minutes, we will be starting game 2 of this doubleheader between Sussex County and Evansville before the All-Star break. But for now, I'm Evan Patoka. We'll see you in a bit. Stay tuned. Welcome back to EVSC's historic Bossy Field as we get set here for Game 2 of the doubleheader between the Sussex County Miners and the Evansville Otters. Well, the Otters ended up getting shut out for the second time yesterday. The 12-0 loss against the Florence Yalls was the first one, and then the 5-0 loss in Game 1 of the doubleheader here against Sussex County. The Otters are going to try and avoid getting swept here in this weekend series before the All-Star break. It was a 2-run sixth inning that was brought to you by a Keenan Taylor RBI single and a sac fly by Edwin Mateo. And in the seventh, 3 runs came in. It was Diamato, the RBI single, bringing in a run. Then another RBI single for Maciel, and Keenan Taylor bringing in the 3rd run and the 5th overall with his double. Keenan Taylor ended up bringing in 2 runs there as we take a look at the plate meeting here. A little bit of a shift in the umpires, of course, they rotated for the series. It is Dunkel, or no, it's not Dunkel. Dunkel was behind the plate. Dylan Self is behind the plate. Wes Dunkel is over at third base. He's the crew chief, and Ty Unthank over at first. Let's take a look at the lineups, starting with the visiting Sussex County Miners. Pretty much the same, except for one little switch, as Hunter Diamato is the DH. Hayden Walters behind him, batting second. Gabriel Maciel batting third. Keenan Taylor bats fourth in right field. Evan Berkey behind him, batting fifth at shortstop. Edwin Mateo batting sixth in center. And Dean Ferrara, Sandro Gaston, the catcher, batting eighth. And Will Zimmerman, the 9-hitter, at third base. A couple of changes on the other side for the Otters, as Ponder is still the DH and hitting in the leadoff spot. Amani Jones behind him at second base. Marcos Gonzalez is hitting third for the first time this season, with LG Castillo in the cleanup spot. Logan Brown and Dennis Pierce getting this second game off. Then Blake Robertson, Sam Linscott, the 5-6 guys. Mark Black is in right field batting seventh. Cohen Wilbanks is doing the catching, and TJ Salvaggio, the 9-hitter, at shortstop. The starter for the Otters is Landon Williman here in Game 2 of the doubleheader. Williman, the 24-year-old from Napoleon, Ohio, is now at a 6.15 ERA and 52 2/3 innings after what was his roughest start of the season on the 7th against Gateway. He gave up 11 hits, 10 earned runs, 3 walks, 2 strikeouts, gave up 3 homers and 3 1/3 in a 16-1 loss against the Gateway Grizzlies. Previous 4 starts before that, though, were relatively simple. A couple of losses, couple of wins there, but did not give up more than 3 earned runs in any of those last 4. So he's looking to get a little bit of a bounce-back start here against the Miners. And just like Wiltsey, Williman, his best start of the season was in a doubleheader game. It was on the 21st of May against Gateway, Game 1 of that doubleheader. He threw 6 scoreless, 6 strikeouts here at Bossy Field in the 3-0 win against the Grizzlies. Quick turnaround here, and we're ready to go for Game 2 of the doubleheader between Sussex County and Evansville. Hunter Diamato leads off. Hunter Diamato ended up going 1 for 4, drove in a run, scored a run as well. He ended up starting the game, though, 0 for 3 with 3 flyouts to center. A very interesting situation there. Starting first pitch at 5:59 Central Standard Time here in Evansville, Indiana. Fly ball into left field. Castillo will make the catch, and that is out number 1. So if we take a look at the defense for the Otters, left to right, it's Castillo, Sam Linscott, and Mark Black. Third to first, Marcos Gonzalez, TJ Salvaggio, Amani Jones, and Blake Robertson with Cohen Wilbanks doing the catching here in Game 2 for Williman. First pitch is low for ball 1 as Walters showed the bunt, pulled it back. Walters went 1 for 3, scored 2 of the 5 runs after reaching on an error in the 6th inning, came around to score, singled and scored in the 7th. Fouls a pitch back, it's 1-1. Outside, it's 2-1. Williman 24 walks compared to 43 strikeouts. Only pitched in 3 games last season with the Otters. June 3rd against Mississippi, 4 1/3, 5 earned, 7 hits, got the loss there. Then got the win in his next start against Lake Erie on June 10th. 6 innings, 2 earned there, 3 2/3 with a run given up, 4 hits, 3 strikeouts on June 15th against Windy City, and then got placed on the 60-day IL on the 4th of July and missed the rest of the year. Grounder's going to get into right center field for a base hit, and Hayden Walters has the first hit of Game 2.
Left fielder, number 10, Gabriel Maciel.
Gabriel Maciel is up for his first at-bat here in the second game of the doubleheader. Ended up going 2 for 3 as he continues to hit the ball well against Otters pitching. That 2 for 3 is now his 4th straight multi-hit game. A little high, and it's 1-0. Maciel scored a run as well. Drove a run in. Throw is going to get into center field, and Walters trips going around second base. So he's not able to make the advance to third, but he does end up stealing second. And that's his second stolen base today. So runner in scoring position here with 1 out. Top of the first inning, Sussex County looking to score early here after nobody really scored through the first 5 innings or so. That'll miss. It's 3-0 to Maciel. Walk would put 2 on with 1 out for Keenan Taylor. .3-0 here from Williman. That is inside for ball 4. And Maciel will reach on the walk. First walk issued by Williman. That'll put 2 on with 1 out for Keenan Taylor. Keenan Taylor did drive in 2 of the 5 runs that scored for Sussex in Game 1 of the doubleheader. Ended up going 2 for 4 with a double. Has a runner in scoring position yet again here with Walters at second and Maciel at first. Fly ball into foul ground. Running after it is Robertson. Wind pushing it a little bit. It'll land foul. Luckily, the wind might have been the reason that one landed foul, as Mark Black and Monty Jones, Blake Robertson all were converging on that one. Ends up being strike 1. In the first inning, Keenan Taylor's hitting 167, 2 for 12. Sussex doing a good job offensively, and this is without one of their better hitters so far this season in Sean Roby. Sean Roby leads the team in a few different offensive categories. 0-1, runner goes for third. Throw to third is not in time, and it's a double steal as Walters will take third. And taking second as Maciel takes out the easy double play and now puts 2 in scoring position with 1 out for Taylor. Roby Jr. leads the team in runs as well as homers and RBIs so far this season. 0-2. Fouled it back. Overhead foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best, never regret it. Do it again at 0-2. Sussex trying to score first here in the top of the first inning. before Rob Hensey even throws a pitch on the other side of things. The 0-2. A little bit low and away, and it's ball one. Couple games ending soon, but we're going to be the standalone game in the Frontier League at 1 point here. Fly ball into foul ground. Marcos Gonzalez will make the catch, and that's a big out number 2 for Landon Williman here in the top of the first inning. Gets Keenan Taylor to fly out into foul ground to Gonzalez, and neither runner advances.
Shortstop, number 6, Evan Berkey.
So Evan Berkey will try to bring a run in here for the Miners. Berkey in the first inning, he's hitting .538, 7 for 13, has a homer and 3 walks. So he does very well in the opening frame. And he's got 2 on in scoring position. First pitch called a strike on a good breaking ball. Williman this season had a very good May at a 2.95 ERA. In June, it got a little worse to a 6.95. The 0-1. Inside, and it's 1-1. Hitters get on base more against Williman the first time through the order, but they slug more the second time through. 1-1. Broke his bat, popped it up foul. It's going to get off the roof, and Berkey's going to have to get a new piece of lumber. Broken bat, brought to you by Knee House Lumber. Go get your new lumber at Knee House Lumber. So Berkey's going to get a new stick, try and swing the ball. Bring a run in or 2 here for Sussex County. Williman trying to get out of this with the scoreless frame. A big jam to get himself out of here in the first inning, but it is a relatively high pitch count to start for him. 2 outs and runners in scoring position. Or at least just regular runners in scoring position. Hitting pretty well as well for Berkey. Grounder over to third. Gonzalez throws to first. And it is in time as Blake Robertson stays on the bag for out number 3. Nice escaped act for Williman in the first inning as we will head to the bottom of the first. No score on the Otters Digital Network. Well, the 8th inning of today is brought to you by McMahon Exterminating. Remember who can help with all your pest control needs. McMahon can. Also, of course, Mesker Park Zoo and Botanical Gardens first inning. Visit the Mesker Park Zoo at 1545 Mesker Park Drive in Evansville, Indiana. Yeah, we're doing 2 reads in 1 inning. Never been done before, I fear. The Sussex County Miners' only all-star selection is on the mound starting here in Game 2. Rob Hensey is the lefty who's warming up right now. He has a 3.28 ERA in 68 and 2/3 innings. 6-4 record. He's walked 16. He struck out 72, which by far leads the Sussex County Miners this season. He has been a very good pitcher so far for the Miners, and he just keeps on going up and up in terms of his innings pitched, his pitch count, and just how good of a start he has, which came to the best start of his season, which was in his last outing, July 7th against Lake Erie. He threw a complete game shutout on 100 pitches. He was one pitch away from a Maddox against the Crushers. So definitely deserving of that all-star bid. But the Otters are pretty good against left-handed pitching so far this season. Against left-handed starters, the Otters are 14-5. John Ponder fouled one off. It's 0-1. Ponder, the Edward Jones leadoff batter of the day. 0-1. Called a strike, and it's 0-2. 9 innings, 2 hits, no earned runs, 1 walk, 5 strikeouts, earned himself the victory. He's gotten the win in each of his last 5 starts. Grounder over to first, scooped up there by Ferrara. He'll tag the bag, and that's out number 1. Those last 5 starts that he's gotten the win in all of them, out of his 25 earned runs, he has allowed 4 in his last 5 starts. Only 4 earned runs, and that equals to 36 innings of only 4 earned runs given up in his last 5 starts. So he's on a complete tear this season for Sussex County. It started off a little bit scary, as he did give up 3 earned runs in his first 6 starts, but he's really toned it down, is locked in a little bit, and is pitching his best ball possibly of his entire professional career. Even though last year he was an all-star as well. Called a strike. It's now 1-2 here against Amani Jones. Got game 1 of the doubleheader off, but did play on Friday. One's in the dirt. It's going to get past Gaston. Amani Jones on Friday, he went 0 for 4 with a strikeout. A little bit of a slump for Jones. In his last 7 games, he's 2 for 27. So got a game off to maybe try and fix things up a little bit. And there's a base hit into left field. We might see him back again. Maybe all he needed was a day off, a game off, and he's right back at it, hitting the ball well again. Of course, it is only 1 at bat, but he does find himself on first with 1 out for Marcos Gonzalez. So the Otters trying to see a little bit more of early season Rob Hensey compared to late season, or at least recent season Rob Hensey, as he has been fantastic. He's thrown over 100 pitches 6 times. He's thrown 99 in 1 as well, so he got very close. Has struck out at least 4 batters in every start. His season high, though, is only 8, which he's done 3 times in 3 of his first 5 starts. Little high on the fastball, and it is 2-1. Monty Jones on first base, 2 for 5 on steals this season. 2-1 to Gonzalez is a little outside, a little high, and it's ball 3. Gonzalez went 1 for 3 in game 1. Struck out twice, but did hit a double over into the left field corner. 3-1. That is high and away for ball 4. 2 straight reach here on the single for Jones, the walk for Gonzalez. 2 on with 1 out for LG Castillo.
Now batting the left fielder, number 6, LG Castillo.
LG Castillo standing in. That was the first time this season that Marcos Gonzalez has hit third, by the way. Not really used to seeing him that high up in the order. Usually he's in around the 5 or 6 spot. First pitch misses for ball 1. LG not necessarily in familiar territory here in the cleanup spot either. This is only his 4th game batting cleanup. One 0 from Hensey. Fouled away.
Overhand foul ball brought to you by
Runners in scoring position this season. LG is hitting .394, 13 for 33. 3 homers also have come with runners in scoring position, so he hits the ball well when runners are on second and third, and there is a runner on second in Amani Jones. 1-1 pitch. Slow roller back to Hensey. It's going to advance the runners. The throw on to first, though, is in time, and that is out number 2. But Jones will head to third, and Gonzalez will head to second. So Blake Robertson a chance to open the scoring here for the Otters in the bottom of the first. Big spot here for B-Rob as he faces a lefty-lefty matchup. Only 2 lefties in the lineup, Robertson and Wilbanks for the Otters against the left-handed starter. First pitch, a little low. Robertson went 0 for 1, struck out in the second inning in game 1 of the doubleheader, but ended up walking and getting hit by a pitch, so he did reach twice. 1-0. A little outside, 92 on the fastball, and it's 2-0. Nothing too competitive yet for Robertson. 2 outs and runners in scoring position for Robertson. He's hitting .357, 5 for 14. Still not a good pitch to hit yet. It's 3-0. Walk would load the bases for Sam Linscott. 3-0. Will hit the zone right down the middle for strike 1. Robertson this season, 22 RBIs. After the 0 for 1, now has a hit in 14 of his last 16 games, and it ends a 5-game hitting streak. 3-1 grounded foul down the first base line over to the Otters bullpen. Now full count here with 2 outs. Hensey trying to keep things scoreless here in the bottom of the first inning. His payoff. Swung on and missed strike 3, and Robertson strikes out swinging first K for Hensey as the Otters leave runners on second and third. We'll head to the second, no score on the Otters digital network. Top of the second inning, a couple of base runners reaching in both the top and the bottom of the first, but both Williman and Hensey were able to get out of it. As we remain at 0-0 in the top of the second inning, it will be Edwin Mateo leading off. First pitch from Williman, little inside, called ball 1. Mateo, Ferrara, Gaston, the top three, the 6, 7, 8 guys in the lineup for Sussex County. 1-0 here to Mateo. Fouled away. Mateo in game 1 went 0 for 3 with a sac fly, ended his 6-game hitting streak. Mateo with the Dodgers signed a minor league deal with them back in 2016, 10 years ago, July 2nd. So that one misses a little inside. It's 2-1. Was in the Dominican Summer League for a couple seasons, made it to the Arizona League for 2019. Then, of course, COVID canceled the minor league campaign. There's a grounder past the dive of Jones into right center field for a base hit. And Mateo leads off the top of the second with a single. A good attempt over at second base by Jones, but wasn't able to get to it in time. Runner on first with nobody out for Dean Ferrara. Mateo 6 for 9 on stolen bases this year. Bunt dropped down over to the first baseman, Robertson. He bobbles it as it'll get over to the second baseman, Jones. And heading to first might be called an error. The first two reach here in the top of the second inning. Take a look as it goes off the glove of Robertson, and rushing to get to it was Jones to stop the advancement to third of Mateo. It will be called an error, an E3 that will have Ferrara reach. So 2-1 here with nobody out in the top of the second inning, as it's another chance here for the Miners to bring a run across first for the second straight game. Bunt showed. Throw to second base is going to get into center field, and both runners will advance to second and third. So that is now 3 straight games with 2 or more errors for the Otters, and they got their 2 errors here just in the top of the second inning. So it's been some sloppy defense for the Otters the past few days. This series in particular, they haven't been playing the best defense against Sussex County. Grounder over to short. Run will score. Throw to first from Salvaggio is in time. And that is out number 1, but Mateo comes in from third, and Sussex County is taking a 1-0 lead.
Third baseman, number 13, Will Zimmerman.
So the sloppy defense does come back to bite Evansville, as at the 2 errors, a run does come in to score. And there's a runner on second with 1 out. Will Zimmerman. First pitch is right down the middle for strike 1. Zimmerman's last collegiate season was with the University of Minnesota at Crookston back in 2021. He's played a lot of seasons in pro ball. 4th season with Sussex County, 5th overall in pro ball after he spent his first season with the Fargo Moorhead Redhawks. Check swing was a no-go. It's 1-1 here to Zimmerman. Top 10 in a lot of categories in Sussex County history. There's only been 1 season where Zimmerman hasn't been there. At least while Sussex County's been in the Frontier League, they joined back in 2021. With Crookston, though, he hit .330 in 31 games. 8 homers, 29 RBIs, also stole 21 bases, as that one will miss low and away for ball 3. Runner on second here with one out. Top of the second inning, a run already in for Sussex. That will miss low, and that's a 5-pitch walk, the second walk issued by Williman. That'll put 2 on with one out for the top of the lineup in Hunter Diamato. Ferrara on second with Zimmerman on first, one out. 1-0 Miners in the top of the second. First pitch called a strike. Diamato last season with Sussex had a 286 average, 93 out of 96 games. Had a very good stretch of 8 multi-hit games in a 9-game stretch between July 23rd and August 2nd. Ended up having 30 multi-hit games, 2 4-hit contests, one against New York on August 29th, one against Trois Rivières on July 31st. Outside, it's 2-1. Multiple first team all NEC selections when he was with Fairleigh Dickinson. 2-1. Inside, backs him up a little bit, makes it ball 3. 3-1. Walk would load the bases for Hayden Walters. Last year, Diamato led the team in runs scored with 87, 53 walks, and 26 stolen bases, as that will miss high. And it is back-to-back walks issued by Williman that will load the bases here with one out.
Second baseman, Marco Hayden Walters.
So we're going to have a mound visit, so we'll take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard and take a look at some of the updates we have so far. There's only this game and Quebec versus Trois Rivières left that's still playing, but take a look at the finals. We already saw Tri-City beat Ottawa 12-10. Gateway beat Schaumburg 4-3. Florence beat Joliet 7-1. 4-2 Mississippi over Windy City. New Jersey ended up beating Brockton 9-6. They scored 3 runs in the last 2 frames to get the victory there. New York was up 6-3, and Down East almost came back, scored 2 in the 9th, but couldn't pull it off. Washington beat Lake Erie 8-2. First pitch is a breaking ball. Curveball called a strike to Walters. Quebec is currently beating Trois Rivières 6-4 in the bottom of the 8th. When that game's over, it will just be us left here in the Frontier League. Just low, it's 1-1. And you got to feel for Sussex County, and sure, they did win the series already, but they do have to drive a long ways back to Augusta, New Jersey. The 1-1. Grounder over to first. It's bobbled by Robertson, and he's got no play at first. As it will be another sloppy defensive play. A run will come in from third. Ferrara will score, and it's now 2-0. So everybody advances a station. Still bases loaded with one out as another run comes in. Sussex takes a 2-0 lead here in the top of the second inning. As there's already somebody warming in the bullpen for Evansville. Fouled away on the first pitch by Maciel. Still don't know if they're calling that one an error or not. I personally think it was. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. It is Joe Morrissey warming in the bullpen for Evansville. This might be a little early here for him to be the first guy out of the pen. See what happens here at the end of this frame as Maciel will call his hitter's timeout. Oh, 2. High and inside. That's ball 1. So it's Zimmerman at third, Diamato at second, Walters at first. 2 errors, 2 walks, and a base hit have brought in 2 runs here in the top of the second inning. 1-2's inside straightens him up, evens the count up at 2 apiece. Two. That is off the glove of Jones and into right field for a base hit. 1 run's going to come in. Here comes the throw to the plate. It is not in time. It's late. And 2 runs will come in. 2 RBI single for Maciel as he continues to hit Otters pitching great. And it is 4-0 Miners here in the top of the second inning. That just got over the leap of Jones. And the throw is offline from right field, so it allowed another run to come in. Max Peterson's going to come out there. And we're going to have a pitching change early here as Williman is going to come out of the game after giving up 4 runs. A very quick start for Williman and a rough start to July for him as Joe Morrissey will come into the game. We'll take a quick break here on the Otters Digital Network. New pitcher into the game is Joe Morrissey, as the pitching change brought to you by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find all your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road, or give them a call at 812-4759K. It is Joe Morrissey who is pitching for the Otters. Williman comes out 1 1/3, 4 innings, 4 hits, 4 runs, 3 earned, 3 walks, no strikeouts, still responsible for the runners at first and second in Walters and Maciel. Morrissey has a 4.86 ERA in 16 2/3 innings. First pitch fouled away by Keenan Taylor, who is the first man Morrissey will face.
An overhead foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best. Never regret it.
8th man to bat in this inning as well for Sussex County, as 4 runs have scored. It's gone single, error, RBI ground out, walk, error, single. quick mound visit there. I guess in between the mound and the plate visit between Morrissey and Wilbanks. 0-1 here to Keenan Taylor. Fly ball into left field. That'll get out for a base hit. Rounding third is Walters. He'll come in to score. And Keenan Taylor brings in a 5th run for Sussex. It's now 5-0. Now, Sussex has already matched their run total from game 1, and it took an inning and a third. Our run will be earned to Williman. First pitch from Morrissey to Evan Berkey. Will have to wait here as Berkey calls timeout. 9th man to reach the plate here for Sussex County is now 5 runs have come in. Berkey in game 1 went 0 for 3, got hit by a pitch though in his first at bat. I think he might have a little something in his eye that he had to get out of there. Berkey, the former Evansville Purple Ace. Breaks his bat, grounder to second, throw to 1, short on to first, and it's a double play. As that will end the inning. 4-6-3 DP gets Morrissey out of it without allowing a run for him, but he gives up a run that's earned to Williman. 5 runs come in the top of the 2nd inning as Sussex County is showing some early signs of offense, heading to the bottom of the 2nd on the Otters Digital Network. Second innings brought to you by J.E. Shekel Armor Protection. J.E. Shekel, founded in 1978, is the Tri-State's premier residential, commercial, industrial service and construction company. 5-0 here in the bottom of the 2nd inning, as seems as though things have kind of unraveled for Evansville here in this series, and it has kind of culminated here in the top half of the 2nd inning. This is the 3rd time in this series that the Miners have scored 5 runs in an inning. First 2 were on Friday. As Sam Linscott leads off against Hensey, now pitching with a very comfortable lead here in the bottom of the 2nd inning. It's Linscott, Mark Black, and Cohen Wilbanks, the top 3 leading off here in the bottom of the 2nd inning. That is called a strike quickly. Now 1-1 here against Linscott. Went 1 for 3 in the first game of the doubleheader. Hit a single, couple of groundouts to third as the bunt is a foul tip, goes into the glove of Gaston, makes it 1-2. Swing and a miss for strike 3. And that is the second strikeout in a row for Hensey. Got one to end the first, now here to start the second. First out in the bottom of the second inning, and that'll bring up Mark Black. Hensey's 26 years old. He's from Goshen, New York. Standing at 6'4", pitching from the left side as that first pitch. It's going to miss for ball one. Second season with the minors. Last season, he had a 3.71 ERA, 111 and 2/3 innings. Had an absolutely insane walk to strikeout ratio, 22 walks, 116 strikeouts. So obviously he was named as an all-star last year as well as this year. You can't have a ratio like that and not expect to make the all-star game. We will see him in Florence. Only all-star, though, for Sussex. The Otters have 6. Outside, it's 3-1. Goshen, New York. Population of about 5,800. It's a little bit just north of the New York-New Jersey border, which is near where Sussex plays, and as well as the New Jersey Jackals. That is a base hit into left field, and Mark Black has the second hit of the day for the Otters. His first hit of the day sounded like the bat broke, but not too sure if it did.
Catcher number 8, Cohen Wilbanks.
Mark Black now has a hit in his last 3 games. That was a 2-for-4 on Friday. He drove in 3 runs, hit a 2-run homer and an RBI double. Cohen Wilbanks will stand in. Had a 6-game hitting streak end on the 7th against Gateway, but is still hanging on to an 8-game on base streak, as Wilbanks has been hitting the ball a lot better as of recent. Check swing. Did not go, as it was just inside for a ball. Makes it 1-1. Runner on first, 1 out. Fastball a little high for ball 2. Let's take a look. Let's do a little bit of research right now while we're in the midst of things here. Let's take a look at Skyland Stadium in New Jersey. Take a look at how far the drive is from where we are right now. So that's swung on and missed. Google Maps says it's 13 hours and 6 minutes. And we're still in the second inning, so it already says that they're going to arrive. If you leave right now at 8:50 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, they might not get back there until 1 p.m. tomorrow. Which, good thing that the All-Star break is happening, because you can at least get a couple of days to rest and relax. Unless you're Hensey, because then you have to go to Florence. Fly ball, that one is going to be caught for out number 2, as ranging into foul ground was Zimmerman to make that grab.
Shortstop number 19, TJ Salvaggio.
TJ Salvaggio will stand in. To be fair, actually, Hensey probably has the easier trip because he's just going to Florence, which is 3 hours. So he'll be in Florence, at midnight maybe tonight? Everybody else, though, it's going to be a rough one. Swung on a miss for strike 1. Salvaggio, his first at-bat of the day. He went 0 for 2. Strikeout and a ground out to Zimmerman at third in his 2 at-bats in Game 1 of the doubleheader. Swing and a miss. Makes it 0-2. Mark Black on first after the single. 2 outs here in the bottom of the second inning. Fouled back into the Miners' dugout. Still remains at 0-2. Salvaggio is going to possibly see Henze in the All-Star game. As looks like something's up with Sandro Gaston. There might be something in his eye.
This is the J.E. Shekel Armor Protection second inning, founded in 1978. J.E. Shekel is Texas' premier residential, commercial, industrial service and construction company.
Well, it seems as though it's a bit of a weird trend of guys just getting stuff in their eyes. Might just because of all the dust and bugs down there on the field, but we've had a good amount of delays due to players having things in their eye. Gaston seems to be getting some eye drops from the trainer for Sussex County. His name is Joe Bruno. Gaston ready to go here, as it's a 0-2 still here against Salvaggio with Mark Black on first. Otters find themselves down 5-0 here in the second inning, at risk of getting swept for the first time this season, as that one's fouled back.
Brought to you by. Thank you. Heads Construction. Choose the best.
Salvaggio stays alive, still remains at 0-2 here. Another one fouled back. Going to get off the netting into the Otters dugout. Salvaggio 8 2-out RBIs this season. Overall 39 on the year. Grounder down the third base line, foul. Salvaggio had the team lead in RBIs for a pretty good portion of the season, but Marcos Gonzalez has taken over as the leader with 40. So Salvaggio not too far behind. He hits a homer here. He's back in front. And he does have 8 of them this year. High and inside, it's 1-2. Salvaggio talked about southeastern Louisiana when he was there they played against McNeese and Parker Primo. He hit 320 in 54 games at SLU. Currently third on the SLU's career home run charts after he hit 13 last year with them. 2-2. Inside, called strike 3. So Salvaggio goes down looking on a pitch that hit the inside corner. Third K for Henze, and that will do it for the second inning. 5-0 Sussex County on the Otters Digital Network. Top of the third inning. Otters are down 5-0. Joe Morrissey is back out there for another inning of work. Gave up the RBI single to Keenan Taylor, but ended up getting Evan Berkey to ground into the 4-6-3 double play to end a 5-run top of the second for the Miners. 0-1. A little outside. It's ball one. Mateo singled to start the second inning. Ended up coming around to score. A little low. It's ball two. We'll talk about Mateo in the Dodgers organization. 2021 was the season he spent the most time, led the most games, 94 of them, all of them with the Rancho Cucamonga Quakes in Single A. That is just outside. It's ball three. 274 in 94 games with Rancho Cucamonga. Hit 4 homers, drove in 40. Fly ball into center field. Lynn Scott is right there to make the catch, and that's out number one. Now, the best season for Mateo, or the best month for Mateo in 2021 was August. He hit 301, hit 3 of his 4 homers in August. 22 for 73. First pitch to Dean Ferrara. Curveball misses a little high for ball one. Ferrara spent his entire college career with Fairfield. Hit 374 last year. Inside, it's 2-0. All MAAC first team selection, all Northeast second team. Was an all tournament team as well in the MAAC conference tournament. And was the Fairfield University Co-Men's Athlete of the Year.
Overhead foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Use this.
Ferrara set a not only a program single season record, but a conference, the entire MAAC single season record of 99 hits, ranked 4th in D1 overall. Three one's fouled back, and it's a full count. He also set a school record with a 29-game hitting streak. Had a base hit in the first 18 games of the season, and that went from 2024, the end of 2024, into 2025, the 29-game hitting streak. He hit 458 in that span. As he goes down looking, Morrissey strikes him out. His first K of the day, first K in general for Otters pitching. And that's out number 2 here in the top of the third. Sandro Gaston will step in for his second at-bat. He grounded out to short, 0 for 1, but he did bring in a run as Edwin Mateo ended up scoring from third. First pitch was swung on and missed. Now the 0-1 from Morrissey. Another swing and a miss, and it's 0-2. Chance for a nice shutdown inning here for Morrissey after the 5 runs given up in the second inning by Otters pitching. 0-2. High fly ball into deep left field. Going back is Castillo. He's at the track, and that is a solo homer for Sandro Gaston. Just got over the wall out there in left field. Gaston has his 4th homer of the year. Overall 21st RBI. Second homer in his last 5 games. And Sussex County is taking a 6-0 lead here in the third.
Now batting, third baseman, number 13, Will Zimmerman.
Well, Sussex County coming into today's doubleheader. Only 10th in the Frontier League in home runs with 58, as LG Castillo barely got over his head and over the wall for a solo homer. Will Zimmerman walked in the second inning, ended up coming around to score. inside. It's 1-1 here. That's the first home run that Morrissey's given up this season. Morrissey only gave up one homer in his entire 2026 college season with Millersville, which he had an ERA of 1.04. D2 only gave up one homer last year as well with Millersville. One, two. Little high. 2-2 here to Zimmerman. Just outside. And it's a full count. Well, Zimmerman only has one RBI in his last 15 games. Overall 20 on the season. Most of those in the first part of the year. Fouled back to the netting. It'll remain at 3-2. Another payoff. Just outside for ball 4. And Zimmerman walks for the second time today. Or I guess in game 2. Fourth walk issued by Otters pitching, first for Morrissey, and it's back to the top of the lineup for Hunter D'Amato. Zimmerman at first. Throw back to first base, and they have Zimmerman in a rundown. Robertson outruns him, applies the tag, and that's out number 3. They caught Zimmerman sleeping on the base paths, and that results in the third out. Looked like Robertson might have tagged him right there, but ends up just outrunning him going to second base for out number 3. The solo homer, though, from Sandro Gaston has made it 6-0 as we head to the bottom of the third on the Otters Digital Network. Third innings brought to you by Precision Pest and Wildlife. Every great team brings precision to the field. We bring it to your home and business. Call 812-993-3341 or visit precisionpestwildlife.com. Let's elevate the standard together. Rob Hensey's thrown 2 scoreless and is now pitching with a 6-run lead as he'll face off against the top 3 in the lineup, Ponder, Jones, and Gonzalez, to lead off the bottom of the third. First pitch is fouled away by Ponder. Grounded out to Ferrara at first in his first at-bat. He's 0 for 1 to start the day. Called a strike, and it's 0-2. Here from Hensey. Grounder off the glove of Hensey over to short, and it's bobbled at short by Berkey, and Ponder will reach. An interesting one right there. Got off the glove of Hensey, and Berkey had to reverse field a little bit. He bobbles it. It will be called a single, though, for Ponder. Third hit of the day for the Otters. As Ponder leads off with a single, he's on first with nobody out for Amani Jones. First pitch called a strike. It's 0-1. Well, Hensey, before he was on the minors, he was a 9th-round draft pick back in 2022 by the Reds. Fouled away. Overall, in the minor leagues, he had a 6.06 ERA and 35 2/3. He was very much hampered due to injury, which is why he was released. Overall, had a good season, though, at Monmouth, his last collegiate campaign before becoming a 9th-round pick. Grounder over to Andy McCauley at third base. With Monmouth, 3.87 ERA, 81 1/3 innings, 13 walks, 102 strikeouts. The dude does not know how to walk batters. He just doesn't know how to do it, as that's swung on and missed for strike 3. And Amani Jones goes down swinging 4th K for him already today. And that's out number 1 in the bottom of the 3rd.
Third baseman, number 2, Marcos Gonzalez.
First pitch here from Hensey to Gonzalez is called a strike. Painted the corner with the fastball right there. The 102 strikeouts at Monmouth back in 2022 for Hensey was the second most in a single season in program history. That one will miss a little high, and it's 1-1. Ponder over on first. Still at 19 stolen bases. Bit of a defensive swing there by Gonzalez, but he missed. It's 1-2. Gonzalez walked in his first at-bat back in the first inning. Has a man on first here with 1 out as the Otters find themselves down 6-0 here in the bottom of the 3rd. Trying to avoid getting swept for the first time this season. 1-2. A little high. Landon Williman's pitching line finished with 1 1/3, 4 hits, 5 runs, 4 earned, 3 walks, no strikeouts. Runner goes. That's called. Swung on and missed for strike 3. And taking second base is Ponder. Ends up getting there safely, and he has steal number 20 on the year.
This has been the Precision Festival at Grading. For great team, great precision to the field. From great to your home and business, call 812.
Apparently, Ponder was called out.
Or visit precisionfestival.com. Let's elevate the standard together.
Let's take a look at the replay. What happened here? Ponder makes it into second base. It might have been interference by Gonzalez that was called out, number 3, as he did walk in the path of Gaston when he was trying to throw to second. That's what they're going to call. So we'll hit the 4th, 6-0 Sussex on the Otters Digital Network. Top of the fourth inning. 6-0 Sussex here in the top of the fourth. It will be the top three in the lineup leading off against Joe Morrissey after Will Zimmerman got caught stealing to end or got picked off actually to end the third inning. Top of the third. First pitch is called a ball. So Hunter D'Amato is back out there. 0 for 1 with a walk. Walked in the second, ended up coming around to score as he fouls one back, makes it 1-1. Now Morrissey gave up the solo homer to Sandro Gaston to make it 6-0. And the 5 runs coming in the top of the second inning have put Sussex in a very comfortable spot here to try and sweep the Otters at home. Two one is grounded up the middle into center field for a base hit as Hunter D'Amato gets his first hit of the day. Overall, the 7th for Sussex County on the day. Leadoff single in the 4th. Hayden Walters will step in for his third at-bat. He's reached twice, singled in the first, reach on an error in the second, came around to score after that one. Shows bunt, pulls it back. It's a little low for ball 1. Walters only 22 years old. He was with Felician for all 4 of his collegiate seasons. Last year, he hit .312 in 55 games. Felician, by the way, is in Rutherford, New Jersey, which is down the street from MetLife Stadium, otherwise known as New York, New Jersey Stadium, in East Rutherford, New Jersey. Alex Valdez is warming in the bullpen for the Otters. I'm going to be the third guy to pitch in Game 2 of the doubleheader. 2-0. Called a strike, and it's 2-1. Last year, Felician finished 35-23, 20-13 in conference. 2-1. Grounder into right field for a base hit. Trying to go first to third. No, he's going to take a wide turnaround second. D'Amato will stop there. Back-to-back singles to start off the 4th here for Sussex County. And there's 2 on with nobody out.
Left fielder number 10, Gabriel Maciel.
But talking more about Felician, they had a very rough game one day this past year against Chestnut Hill. They lost 30-7 in a 7-inning game. They gave up 11 runs in the first inning, 15 runs in the 6th. Not ideal, not going to lie. Gonzalez is unable to get the bunt pop-up there as it lands in foul ground. Makes it 0-1. Maciel was on Team Brazil for the World Baseball Classic. Played against the U.S. Went 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts. Struck out against 3 MLB pitchers. Drops the bunt down the third base line. Gonzalez, barehand throw to first is in time. Good play by Gonzalez. It advances both runners, though, to second and third. As the sac bunt is successful. Does get out number 1, though, as that'll bring up Keenan Taylor, who's already driven in a run. Maciel struck out against Logan Webb, Michael Waka, and Gabe Spire. Those were his 3 Ks. Went 1 for 3 against Italy, 1 for 2 against Mexico, and 0 for 2 against Great Britain in the World Baseball Classic this season. Of course, Venezuela ended up coming into the tournament and winning the whole thing back in March. It's crazy that was already 3 months ago. Almost 4. Foul tip into the glove, and it's 1-1. Here to Keenan Taylor. It is Diamato on third with Walters on second. One out here in the top of the fourth as the Miners try to extend their lead with Valdez warming in the pen. 1-1. Fly ball into left field. That'll get in for a base hit. One run will come in. Stop sign at third by Walters, and Keenan Taylor has driven in another run. It is 7-0 Sussex here in the top of the fourth. So we'll have another pitching change. Morrissey's out of the game. Valdez is in as the Otters are getting into blowout territory. Down 7 here against the Miners in the top of the fourth. We'll take a quick break on the Otters Digital Network. Alex Valdez is into the game here for Joe Morrissey, who finishes his day. 2 innings, 4 hits, 1 earned run, 1 walk, 1 strikeout, but is responsible for runners at the corners. Walters at third, Keenan Taylor at first. And since we are now the standalone game here in the Frontier League, hi, my name's Evan Patoka. If you're joining here on Home Team, if you're joining on YouTube, thanks for sticking around. It's not looking great. I'll say that much, but hopefully we try to at least make things a little entertaining, even though it's not looking fantastic for the fellas. 7-0 here in the top of the fourth inning. Valdez is the third pitcher, second out of the pen for the Otters. He currently has a 4.62 ERA and 25 1/3 innings. 22 hits, 13 earned runs, 6 walks compared to 20 strikeouts. He's doing a good job at limiting the walks this season. He'll face off against Evan Berkey with runners at the corners. And still only 1 out here in the fourth. First pitch fouled back. Valdez, 26-year-old from La Matas de Farfan in the Dominican Republic. Western Dominican Republic, a little bit east of the border with Haiti. You know, they share a border, that big old island. A little low and in. Berkey does a little jig to get out of the way of that one, and it's 1-1. Last outing for Valdez was on the 9th against Gateway through a scoreless frame. Scoreless in 4 out of his last 5 appearances. Ripped right at short. Salvaggio will make the catch, and both runners will immediately head back to their respective bases, as that is a big out number 2 for Valdez.
Center fielder number 3, Edwin Mateo.
Edwin Mateo 1 for 2 so far today. Singled in the second inning. Came around to score, then flew out to Lynn Scott in center field to start the third. Fouls one into the Otters dugout. Makes it 0-1. So the game that was on the other game, Quebec ended up beating Trois Rivières 7-4. Trois had 4 runs, only 3 hits. Fly ball into center field. Lynn Scott running after it, and a diving catch made by Lynn Scott for out number 3. Nice play to save a run, maybe 2. As Lynn Scott, take a look at the replay here. Maybe a little bit more of a rolling catch than a diving catch, but either way, saves a run from coming in. Otters still down 7-0, though, as we head to the bottom of the fourth on the Otters Digital Network. Fourth inning is brought to you by Sheet Metal Workers Local 20. For 138 years, sheet metal workers have led the way in sheet metal industries like heating and air, architectural, industrial, and more. Visit smart20evansville.com for more information. Rob Hensey's still out there, as he probably should be. He's thrown 3 scoreless so far. LG Castillo, Blake Robertson, Sam Linscott will lead off here in the bottom of the fourth. As mentioned previously, for everybody joining, it's not looking too good for the Otters. They're down 7-0, but it's a nice day outside. Fouled away. 0-1. We're getting a very good breeze here in the press box. It's quite nice considering the fact that it's been 80 to 95 and humid the past month. So it's nice actually getting some cool air heading the way. LG so far is 0 for 1. He grounded back to Hensey in the first inning. Swing and a miss. And it's 1-2. We're talking a little bit more about Hensey and his insane seasons with Monmouth. Mentioned he had 13 walks compared to 102 strikeouts, as that one's grounded over to third. Zimmerman, long throw to first, and it's in time for out number 1. 102 strikeouts. He became the third Monmouth player to ever strike out 100-plus batters in a season. Had a lot of good starts there. Was named MAAC Pitcher of the Week twice. First pitch will nail Robertson in the back, and he'll take first on the hit by pitch. That's the second time he's been hit today. Got hit in game 1 of the doubleheader. Well, Hensley has allowed a base runner in each inning so far today, but has yet to allow any of them to score. First pitch is called a strike to Linscott, struck out swinging to start the second inning. MAAC preseason pitcher of the year for Hensey before he got drafted, before this last season. 2021, he was even better. A little bit of a shorter sample size, though. He had 41 innings, but he was at a 1.54 ERA, and he won a lot of awards. I don't miss. It's 2-1. MAAC pitcher of the year and first team. ERA was 5th in the nation. Strikeout to walk ratio of 6.83. 6 walks in 41 innings compared to 41 strikeouts. As there's a base hit into left field, and Sam Linscott gets his first hit of game 2. Second hit overall today. as Robertson will head to second base. 2 on here with 1 out for Mark Black.
Right fielder, number 29, Mark Black.
Mark Black already has a base hit today. He's 1 for 1. He also has been hitting the ball quite well as of recent. First pitch, a little high. 2021 as well with Monmouth had a .88 whip, which was top 15 in the country in D1 as well. Monmouth, of all 4 seasons of his college career, MAAC all-rookie team his freshman year back in 2019. Of course, the 2020 season that was cut short due to COVID. Inside, it's 2-1. The only fully healthy season, and I'm not even really fully healthy, was 2023 in the minor leagues. Most of the season was spent with the Daytona Tortugas in Single A affiliate of the Reds. So that one's called a strike. It's 2-2. He had a 6.83 ERA. Ended up getting sent down to the Arizona Complex League and then finished the season after getting sent back up to Daytona on June the 20th. But did miss a part of the year with injury even then. But he ended up missing all of 2024 with injury. If he was placed on the full season injured list back on March 21st, ended up getting released in March of 2025, then signing with the Miners. And he's been their best pitcher pretty much ever since. 3-2 is hit into foul territory. Ferrara Walters. Ferrara looking at it, but it will drop in foul as the bullpen scatters. That'll be another full count here against Mark Black. Robertson on second with Lynn Scott on first. Hensley looking at both base runners, kicks and deals the payoff as that is called strike 3 on the inside edge. Mark Black goes down looking. Strikeout number 5 for Hensley, and that's out number 2 in the bottom of the 4th inning.
Catcher, number 8, Owen Wilson.
Well, with each strikeout, Hensley's only upping his team lead. He leads the team by a decent margin. The 10 strikeouts for Brothers, he's kind of catching up to him, but now Hensley's at 77 Ks overall and is moving closer to being 10 strikeouts over his teammates. In terms of in the Frontier League, Hensley is only second in strikeouts behind Cole Cook, who has 76. Now, Cole Cook's next start, he could surpass him. Hensley's now taken over the number 1 spot with that past strikeout of Mark Black. First pitch was a ball. So was that one. Makes it 2-0 here against Wilbanks, who flew out into foul ground over to Zimmerman at third. Breeze really moving from left to right field right now. Could be beneficial for Wilbanks, but what isn't beneficial is the lefty-lefty matchup here between him and Hensley. Wind really picking up as it's blowing around the papers in the box. I just had some notes fly right into my face like a cartoon. 2-2. .5% strikeout percentage for Wilbanks this season. Grounder back to Hensley. He will flip to first in time for out number 3. 4 scoreless for Hensley. We'll head to the 5th inning Otters down 7 on the Otters Digital Network. Top of the 5th inning here in Evansville. Alex Valdez is still out there after getting out of runners on the corners with 1 out jam. See if he can maybe get some innings in here, save some of the bullpen. To be honest, though, not really a need to save the bullpen. We don't have a game until Friday because of the All-Star break. So maybe just throw any guy you want out there. You never know. Grounder up the middle, over to Jones. Positioned well. Throw on to first is in time. And the first pitch of the 5th inning is out number 1. Gaston hit a homer in his last at-bat. It was a solo shot. He's driven in 2 runs. His first at-bat, he grounded out and scored Edwin Mateo from third. Now he lines one into left field, and it'll drop in for a base hit. So the first 2 hitters to lead off the top of the 5th inning, both swinging on the first pitch. One was a single, one was a ground out to second. Man on first here with 1 out for Will Zimmerman. First pitch called a strike. First 2 seasons for Zimmerman with Indian Hills Community College back in 2017 and 2018. Zimmerman, 28 years old, one of the older guys in the league. Hit .330 his freshman year, 57 games, then hit .319. Indian Hills is in Ottumwa, Iowa. Ottumwa? It starts with OTT, so it's definitely Otters related. It's near the Iowa-Kansas City border. Ottumwa. Ottumwa. That's how you say it. 1-2. It's kind of the middle of nowhere, if we're being honest. Swung on and missed for strike 3, and Zimmerman goes down swinging. First K for Valdez, second overall for Otters pitching. And that's out number 2. That'll bring up the top of the order in Hunter Diamato.
Back to the top of the line for Hunter Diamato, bring up batter of the game, designated hitter number 2, Hunter Diamato.
First pitch from Valdez. Little low. Ball one here to D'Amato. Lineup flips over for the fourth time. D'Amato's 1 for 2. Singled and walked. Came around to score both times. Called a strike. It's 1-1. D'Amato, a couple of summer collegiate league seasons, played in 3 different leagues. South Florida Collegiate League, Cape Cod League, and the New England Collegiate League. Grounder over to second base, flipped the short, and that is out number 3 after the fielder's choice ends the frame. A nice quick inning for Valdez in the top of the 5th. We'll head to the bottom half, 7-0 Miners on the Otters Digital Network. Fifth inning's brought to you by Buffalo Wild Wings. Bottomless apps are now here. Dine and only. Visit either Evansville locations, 5405 Pearl Drive or 715 North Green River Road for details. The wind is really picking up, and Rob Hensey is still shutting it down here. 7-0. Miners are leading currently. That top of the 5th was the first scoreless inning since the first for Sussex's offense. It'll be Salvaggio, Ponder, Monty Jones to lead off the bottom of the 5th inning as the Otters 9 outs away from getting swept for the first time this season.
Shortstop number 19, DJ Salvaggio.
Salvaggio has a strikeout looking in the 2nd inning. He's 0 for 1 today. First pitch from Hensey. It's the zone, inside corner for strike 1. Swing and a miss. I wonder, MLB draft just finished up today. All 20 rounds finishing here on Sunday afternoon. And I wonder how many undrafted guys are going to make their way into the Frontier League. Little high. And it's 1-2. Rock Chalowski ended up becoming the first overall pick to the Chicago White Sox out of UCLA. Strike 3 as Salvaggio swings and misses his 2nd K of the day. 6th for Hensey, and that's out number 1 in the bottom half of the 5th inning.
Designated hitter number 3, John Monster.
Back to the top of the order for the 3rd time, John Ponder. 1 for 2, grounded out to first in the 1st and singled in the 3rd. Ended up stealing 2nd, but Marcos Gonzalez got called for obstruction, which ended up being out number 3 in the 3rd inning. First pitch missed for ball 1. Now the 1-0 pitch from Hensey. Little outside. Oh, last season Sussex went 53-43. They ended up winning the East Division. That's a foul tip into the glove for strike 1. They did end up, though, getting swept in the wild card round by Tri-City. In their 5 seasons in the Frontier League, they've made the playoffs twice. Other time was in 2023. They went 55-40, third place in the East Division. Still ended up making the playoffs, and they lost in the wild card game against New Jersey, which is weird because they went 54-41 in 2022 and ended up being last in the division. How does that happen? They finished over 500 in 4 of the 5 seasons, but they've only made the playoffs twice. The only time they didn't finish over 500 was 2024, in which they were one of the worst teams in the league. Swing and a miss. Drop third strike, though, as throwing it to first is Gaston in time for out number 2. 7 Ks now for Hensey. First 2 retired in the bottom of the 5th inning.
Second baseman, number 12, Amani Joe.
Oh, and over the course of the doubleheader, 2 games combined, the Otters have now struck out 19 times today. First pitch sounded like it got a piece of Amani Jones, but apparently it didn't. It's inside for ball 1. Umpires are going to converge here. It sounded like it hit him, as Jones is making his way over to first. Could hear that from all the way up here. But umpires will convene here. Take a look at the slow-mo. Doesn't really look like it from there. But as he backs up, looks like it looks like it clipped the inside of the shirt. Apparently, they're going to overturn that and just call it a ball. Grounder over to second base. Throw on to first is in time, and it's a 1-2-3. Bottom of the 5th for Hensey. He's now struck out 8. Otters have overall struck out 20 times today in the 2 games, and they are down 7-0 heading to the 6th on the Otters Digital Network. Top 6. Otters have not scored a run today. now through 12 innings. Fouled away here by Hayden Walters.
Brought to you by Hetz Construction. Choose the best and never regret it. Oh, yeah.
It's been a very interesting day for the Otters. Swing and a miss. 3 pitches, all it took for Walters to strike out. Second K for Valdez. And that is out number 1 in the top of the 6th inning. So right now, the Otters have not scored a run in 14 innings, which is a new season high. Their previous season high was 10. That was back all the way on May 21st against Gateway. But they have now been held scoreless 14 straight innings. The last time the Otters scored a run was on Friday in the 6th inning. They scored 2, but they still ended up losing that one 17-6. So it's been a very big struggle for the offense in this series. Swinging a foul tip by Maciel, and it's 1-1. First guy in the bullpen for Sussex County is Jorge Garcia. 1-1. A little low. Maciel last season hit 385, 61 games with Sussex County. First season he hit 276. He was with the D-backs organization, also with the A's. 2021 he was with the Cedar Rapids Colonels. Got claimed off of waivers. He was in the Twins organization as well. Has been in a few different organizations. He was on the Brazil team as well, not only for the 2026 World Baseball Classic, but also for Brazil in the World Baseball Classic qualifiers back in 2016. His last minor league season was with the A's organization when he was with the High A Lansing Lugnuts. He hit 275, not terrible. But he ended up electing free agency after the 2022 season and didn't end up signing anywhere else. Did not play baseball in 2023 until signing with Sussex in 2024. As the payoff pitch missed for ball 4, and that's a walk issued to Maciel. First walk issued by Valdez, 5th overall for Otters pitching. And that'll bring up Keenan Taylor, who is already given up has already driven in 2 runs today. 2 for 3, 2 singles. Swing and a miss, and it's 0-1. As we talked about Keenan Taylor, the former Otter. In 2024, his last collegiate season was with the Purdue Boilermakers. Hit 309, 45 games. Overall was with Butler in 2021, moved to JC Parkland Junior College for a year, and then Purdue for his last 2. 0-1, foul tip, got a piece of Wilbanks. Makes it 0-2 as Wilbanks is going to need some time to recover. Taylor was an all-star, one of the 2 all-stars last year for the Otters. It was him and JT Benson, who's still with the Brooklyn Cyclones. JT Benson with the Cyclones so far is hitting 274, 37 for 135 in 37 games, 6 homers, 26 RBIs. So it's looking possible that he might get the move up to Double-A. You never know. 0-2, that one's going to get past Wilbanks. Heading for second is Maciel, and he'll get there safely. It's the wild pitch will advance Maciel into scoring position. Sussex trying to extend their lead to 8. Let's take a look at how JT Benson did in his last game. Last game he played was yesterday against the Wilmington Blue Rocks. Ended up going 1 for 4. Swung on and missed for strike 3, and taking another strikeout is Valdez. That's his third,
Strikeout.
and that's out number 2 in the top of the 6th inning.
Shortstop, number 6, Evan Berkey.
Evan Berkey now the man on second and 2 outs here in the 6th. Alex Valdez trying to throw another scoreless frame. First pitch fouled back over to where Edwin Mateo is in the on-deck circle. Anthony Tomczak is warming up in the bullpen. He might be the guy to come out for the 7th inning. Tomczak had a rough outing his first, but has been really good ever since. A little bit low and away for ball 1. Berkey spent last season in the Pioneer League, splitting time between the Billings Mustangs and the Yuba Sutter High Wheelers, now known as the Freebirds. 346 with Billings in 54 games. And then with Yuba Sutter, 27 games only, but hit 376. Low and away, it's 2-1. Not his first rodeo, though, in the Frontier League. He was with Washington in 2024 and also with the Ottawa Titans in 2 seasons, 2023 and 2024. 2-1 outside, and that's ball 3. 48 games, 257 average, 2 homers, 23 RBIs with Ottawa in 2023. 12 games with them in 2024 before moving to Washington, before he hit 238. 3-1. Swung on and missed. It's a full count now, 3-2. His best season with Bakersfield was 2021. All Big West second team, hit 324. Also played with the Mankato Moondogs in the Northwoods League. That will miss just low, and it's ball 4. So 2 walks and 2 strikeouts for Valdez here in the 6th, as that'll put 2 on with 2 outs for Edwin Mateo. Well, don't forget the All-Star game's coming up soon, as well as the Home Run Derby. The Otters have a fair few guys that are there, so when this game's over, we'll still get to see the Otters over the All-Star break, just in a different setting, to say the least. A little low, it's ball 1, as the check swing did not go around. And the Otters' next game after this is on Friday against the Windy City Thunderbolts. 3-gamer over the weekend here at Bosse Field. 1-0. Fouled away off to the left side. Gonzalez gives it a look, but it will land in the bullpen for the Miners. As you can see, man warming right there is Garcia. It's looking like he'll get the bottom half of the 6th inning. Or maybe they'll bring Hensey back out there. You never know. He has thrown 5 scoreless. Swing and a miss. It's 1-2. Next road trip is a long one for the Otters. We got a 6-game series against Mississippi at Trustmark Park in Pearl. That's going to be a long one. It's going to be a long one. Grounder down the first base line, foul. And there's a lot of people, a lot of guys on this team coming straight from, the college ranks, maybe just from pro ball, maybe in a different league, that have not experienced a 6-game series before. And that includes me. I have never done a 6-game series before. So it's going to be an interesting little setting. So that one's fouled away, and it will remain at 1-2. It's the 6-gamer against Mississippi at their stadium, and then 3 against New York, the New York Boulders here, and that will end July. So we're nearing the technical season end of the first half, even though we have already played our half of the season, 51 games. That was back when we played Gateway. 1-2. Grounder up the middle. That's going to get into center field for a base hit. Rounding third is Maciel. He will come in to score. And it is 8-0 Sussex here in the top of the sixth. RBI single from Edwin Mateo. He's now 2 for 4 today, as advancing to second base as well as Evan Berkey. That'll bring out Max Peterson, and that will be the end of the road here for Valdez, as we'll see a new pitcher come in. Anthony Tomczak will get the ball here. Inherit 2 runners, try to keep them from scoring. So we'll take a quick break. Otters down by a little bit here in the top of the sixth on the Otters Digital Network. Pitching change here, brought to you by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find all your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road, or give them a call at 812-475-9K. Anthony Tomczak is into the game for the Otters. 25-year-old out of Boca Raton, Florida. Has a 7.5 ERA in only 6 innings, short sample size. Mentioned previously that he had a rough first outing against Florence. He gave up 3 hits, 4 earned, but has been very good in his other 3 since then. First pitch called a strike here against Dean Ferrara. Tomczak signed back on June 26th. He's got a sinker, slider, 4-seamer, changeup, 4-pitch mix for him. So that one's outside. Makes it 1-1. Runners on first and second. Berkey's on second with Mateo on first after he just drove in the 8th run of the day for the Miners. 1-1. That'll miss. First fastball of the day for Tomczak. That one at 95, and it's 2-1. Eight nothing here, top of the 6th inning. Fouled back. And it gets into the Otters dugout. 8 runs, 11 hits now for Sussex. No errors. On the other side, 0 runs on 4 hits with 2 errors for the Otters. Two here. 2 Ferraras. Tomczak tries to get that third out. Kicks and fires. Grounder off of Robertson at first base, and everyone's going to be safe. That will be called an error over at first by Robertson. That's his 2nd error of the day. 2nd time he's committed an error off of a ball hit by Ferrara as well, as the Otters have now recorded 3 errors for the 2nd time in 3 games. They had 3 back on Friday, 2 in game 1, and now 3 here today, as the defense has been much to be desired in this series. Bases loaded now with 2 outs. Berkey at third, Mateo at second, Ferrara at first. Gaston does already have a homer and a single today. He's 2 for 3. Grounder foul. Quickly 0-2 here. Tom Zach still a strike away from getting out of things here. 0-2. That is called strike 3, and Tom Zach does get out of it. His first K is able to strand all the runners. Strand the bases loaded, but a run does come in for Sussex as they now lead it 8-0 heading to the bottom half of the 6th on the Otters Digital Network. So Rob Hensey's out of the game. He finishes with 5 innings, 4 hits, no earned runs, 1 walk, and 8 strikeouts as both him and Kellen Brothers have combined for 17 strikeouts. Or no, sorry, 18 strikeouts, no runs in a total of 10 2/3 innings. The Otters are 14 innings deep here without a run. 14 straight as George Garcia will be the new pitcher for Sussex County. It's spelled like Jorge, Jorge, but according to the Sussex County roster, it is pronounced George. 26 years old, he's from Miami. First season with Sussex, he signed back on June 2nd. He'll face off against Marcos Gonzalez and throw a first pitch ball. It's Gonzalez, Castillo, and Robertson, the top 3 here in the bottom of the 6th inning. This is a little low. It's 2-0 to Gonzalez. So far, Marcos has a walk and a strikeout swinging, as well as a obstruction call that ended the 3rd. Grounder foul. Garcia has a 10.80 ERA in 13 1/3 innings so far this season. 17 hits, 16 earned, 10 walks compared to 14 strikeouts. Has not pitched since July 1st against New York. So that one's inside for ball 3. Through 2 innings, gave up 2 hits, 4 earned, 3 walks, and 3 strikeouts. Fouled away. Full count here to Gonzalez. Garcia, the main reason his ERA is boosted so much here, gave up half of his 16 earned runs in 1 outing. Another one foul. This time, Gonzalez fouls one off himself. June 23rd against Schaumburg, he threw 3 1/3 innings. He gave up 8 hits, 8 earned runs, 2 homers, 2 walks, and 2 strikeouts. That really boosts the ERA a little bit. 8 of 16 earned runs this season coming in just that 1 outing. Somehow, he's 0-1. That was not the loss he got. He didn't lose the game. Fly ball into center field. Mateo is there, and he'll make the catch for out number 1. Yeah, Garcia's loss was actually on June 9th against Down East. He only gave up 2 earned runs in that one. He gave up 8 hits, 8 earned against Schaumburg, and somehow was not a part of the decision. LG Castillo will stand in. Fly ball into right center field. Going back is Taylor, and he'll make the catch for out number 2. I'll bring up B-Rob. 0 for 1. Got hit by a pitch. Has only reached that one time. Has had a little bit of a rough day, though, on the defensive side of things more than the offensive. So the reason Garcia did not get the loss, even though he gave up those 8 runs, is because, well, we already saw him. Jordan Cesar ended up giving up 10 earned in 2 2/3, so he got the loss. 0-2 quickly here against Robertson as Garcia tries to throw a 1-2-3 frame. Otters are nearing 15 straight scoreless innings. 0-2. In the dirt. Garcia was with Oklahoma Wesleyan this season. Already talked about Oklahoma Wesleyan in Bartlesville. Good old Bartlesville, you know. 3.48 ERA in 88 innings. A little outside, it's 2-2. Interesting thing about his college page at Oklahoma Wesleyan, it says his name is Alex Garcia, but a lot of fact checking later, and that is the same dude, but his name is Alex Garcia on the college page. Fouled away. Never got an answer as to why that is. Garcia was a first-team All KCAC selection. I can't say that. Wow. Through a complete game against Friends University in Kansas. Ended up getting that first-team selection. It will be a 1-2-3 frame as the Otters now up to 15 straight scoreless innings and 21 strikeouts in the doubleheader combined today. We'll head to the 7th, 8-0 Sussex on the Otters Digital Network. First pitch grounder over to short. Throw to first is in time. And a first pitch out here for Tomczak to start the top of the 7th. As we even get back to the commentating before we got to that first out there. Took one out. Back to the top of the lineup now for the 5th time as Hunter Diamato will stand in. He's 1 for 3. Singled and walked, scored in both of those as well. First pitch from Tomzak. Called a strike, another 95 fastball. A 1 a little high and away. Two collegiate seasons for Diamato with the Delray Beach Lightning. Spent time with the Brewster Whitecaps and the Bristol Blues, which couple of cool little collegiate summer league team names. Nothing too crazy. Remember the Jamestown Tarp Skunks? That's probably the weirdest one we've had so far. Fouled away as Diamato stays alive.
That's another overhead foul ball brought to you by Head Construction. Choose the best. Never regret it.
Tarp Skunks. Very interesting stuff from them. There's a fly ball into deep right field going back at the wall, and that one is gone as that one gets over the right field wall just barely. And a homer for Hunter Diamato. He's got 2 homers on the season, and both of them have come in this series. Solo shot for Diamato makes it 9-0 Sussex here in the top of the 7th.
Now batting, second baseman number 12, Hayden.
Only 90 miles per hour off the bat. Mark Black really going back there, but can't get to that one as it lands into the right field corner. First pitch is a big swing and a miss for Hayden Walters, and it's 0-1. Another swing and a miss. Felician also was with the Danville Dans. That's another good one. Even though I think they were called the Otter Bots for a time. I don't know if I think they still might be. Which Otter Bot, yes, we do enjoy a good Otter reference here. Fouled away. It's gonna remain at 0-2. The Danville Dans are still the Danville Dans. Still in the Prospect League. Outside, and it's 1-2. Last season, the Danville Dans went 18-33, 4th in the division. Didn't end up making the playoffs, unfortunately, for the Danville Dans. I feel as though, as that's swung on and missed for strike 3, Walters goes down swinging for out number 2.
That's the turn recommending strikeout.
I feel as though if you're going to name yourself the Dans, your players have to be named Dan. You can't have a player on the Dans that's named like John, you know? It wouldn't work. But that would also be like saying if you're on the Phillies, you need to be named Phil. Nobody's named Phil nowadays, so I don't think that would work. Maciel calls timeout before a pitch is thrown here in his 5th plate appearance. He's only 1 for 2, but he's reached 3 times, driven in 2 runs, and he's scored his last at bat in the 6th. Foul tip into the glove, and it's 0-2. Here's the pitch from Tomzak. Inside. Painted the corner, but doesn't get the call. 1-2. Maciel's best season in the minor leagues, probably 2019. He hit 309, 45 games. As that one's called, strike three. Third K for Tomzak, as he does give up the home run to Hunter Diamato. 5 of the 7 innings offensively, Sussex County has scored as we head to the bottom of the 7th. Otters 3 outs away from getting swept here for the first time this season on the Otters Digital Network. Seventh innings brought to you by Jacob's Pub. Jacob's Pub is proud to support the Evansville Otters in the Jacobsville neighborhood. Be sure to check out First Fridays at 607 North Main Street. In Evansville, Indiana, George Garcia back out there for another inning of work as he'll try to finish off the sweep here of the Otters. It has been a rough series for Evansville this weekend. If the Otters at least score here in the 7th, it'll at least break the scoreless streak that is now up to 15 innings. First pitch is high for ball 1, but it's hard to kind of forget about the 21 strikeouts that they've had today in the 2 games. And just overall, very lackluster offense so far. Not only just today, but just in the series in general. And the pitching just giving up a lot of runs. Sussex County did a great job on the offensive side of things in terms of scoring runs. They scored 17 in the first game. And, since it happened the last 3 times, you'd always think, the Otters are going to come back and, win the next 2 games like they've done. But sometimes that's just not how it works. Fortunately for Evansville, though, even with the loss here, they'll still be 11 games over 500 heading into the All-Star break, which is so much better than what they were doing last year and in 2024. So if you're thinking of positives, that might be one. Blooper in a shallow right field, making the catch there is Walters, and that's out number 1. We talked about Garcia's time at Oklahoma Wesleyan. It was just 1 season. That team this year went 38-19, 24-12 in conference. They ended up advancing all the way to the KCAC tournament championship, where they lost against Kansas Wesleyan in a battle of the Wesleyans, I guess. Won their first 2 games in the NAIA opening round, but ended up losing twice against LSU Shreveport to be eliminated. And this isn't even the LSU Shreveport that went 59-0 last year. They lost games, which I guess is a rarity over there. 2-0 to Mark Black. Called a strike. It's 2-1. Last year, he was with Ferrum. Ferrum is in Ferrum, Virginia, which is Western Virginia, a little bit south of Roanoke. He had a 1.83 ERA there in 19 2/3 innings. Foul tip into the glove, and it's 2-2. 2024, he was with Atlantis University, which is in Miami, where he's from. Has a Craig Kimbrell looking arm drop right there and swing. Fly ball into foul ground. Running after it is Gaston and Ferrara, but it will land on the roof.
That sound means that's an overhead foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Use the best. Never forget it.
2-2 yet again here after the foul ball. Garcia also spent 3 seasons in the Valley League with the Covington Lumberjacks. Look at that arm swing. That is just insane shades of Craig Kimbrell. That breaks, grounder to short, throw to first from Berkey is in time, and that's out number 2. Wilbanks the last opportunity for the Otters to score a run.
Catcher, number 8, Cohen Wilbanks.
Wilbanks 0 for 2 so far today. Flew out into foul ground over to Zimmerman at third, then grounded out back to Henze when he was pitching. First pitch a little high and away for ball 1. Well, Sussex County moving to 28-25. They were at 500 coming into this series, and they end up sweeping the Otters. Fly ball into left field. Maciel will make the catch, and that is out number 3. So for the first time this season, the Otters have been swept in a 3-game series as the Miners come to Bosse Field and win all 3 games, including sweeping the doubleheader against the Otters. The Otters struck out 21 times in this doubleheader as they now head into the All-Star break, having been held scoreless in 15 straight innings. Sorry. It is it was a rough series, that's for sure. And there's definitely some thoughts, concerns maybe with the offense after this series. The Otters though still 33-22, nothing to really panic about, still firmly in a playoff spot heading into the All-Star break, which is always a good thing. But it was just overall a rough series. You can't go an entire series without getting swept at least once. And unfortunately, we're kind of in that spot right now. But the Otters now have some time to rest up, relax, maybe prep for the series against Windy City. Meanwhile, we will be sending 6 All-Stars to Florence for the All-Star game. So you will see TJ Salvaggio, Monty Jones, John Ponder, Marcos Gonzalez, Logan Brown, and Junior Serta in Florence this week before the Otters start a 3-game series back here at Bosse Field on Friday against the Windy City Thunderbolts. That's kind of where we're at right now. The Otters get swept by Sussex County. It's a great series by Sussex County. They ended up putting together a lot of offense. The combination of Kellen Brothers and Rob Henze was absolutely lights out today, including Jordan Cesar's few innings of work that he put in. The offense really putting together a good form in the first game of the series, winning 17-6. But pitching definitely did a lot of the damage here, along with the offense just keeping on, putting runs together, getting hits. 9 runs, 12 hits, no errors for Sussex. 0 runs, 4 hits, 3 errors for Evansville as they drop the series, get swept for the first time this season. We'll look to regroup on Friday against Windy City. That's the next time we will see you. For everybody here at Bosse Field and for the Evansville Otters, I'm Evan Patoka. Enjoy the All-Star break. Go watch the guys in action in Florence on Home Team Network. And we'll see you on Friday at 6:35 for the rest of the regular season.